make sure they're published so people know what is being provided, the proposed draft maps. And then that would provide 3 more days to deliberate in November. So basically it's a give or take. If you take extra days now, you're going to lose them in November. So the question is, when do you want to have the most time for deliberations? Up front for the proposed draft maps, or later on for the maps that will be published for the 45-day period of public comment?
All right, thanks for that summary. And let's call, there are 2 options there. First one, can you just summarize? I want to call it option A and then option B, and I want to, yeah.
So there are really 3.
Three
So
options,
one
okay.
is to do fewer public hearings. So there's time in that space
Okay, and do
that
fewer
we could
public hearings,
utilize.
but we would still have 3 extra days and we could do fewer public hearings. Is that,
Well, depends on how you would reduce your public
Okay.
hearings. You could gain 3 to 5 days
Got it.
somewhere,
so
either at the beginning or the end of the process.
okay, so if I understand correctly, the 3 options can be combined. They're not necessarily 3 distinct options. Is that also accurate?
Yes,
Okay,
yes. So the second option would be to work through next week. You would gain 3 extra days in drafting proposed draft maps. Or you could, if you don't do that and keep the schedule, then you'll have those 3 days when you're deliberating after you've heard all the public comment in the second round. And I would say, the maps don't have to be perfect. You've looked at a lot of different options. You've heard public comment on a lot of options. There's still a lot of time to move the lines. So I don't think I'd aim for very good. Obviously, I know you want to put out a good product, but again, those lines may change after you hear all the public comment and go into the second deliberation period after the public hearings.
and that was the 3rd option you presented. That was the second. I just want to make sure we got all 3 options again. The first one being fewer days.
Fewer public hearings.
Mm-hmm.
The second one is to add 3 days now and lose them for the second round of deliberations after public hearings. And the third would be to get the work done today, tomorrow, Monday, and Tuesday, and then keep the original schedule.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Commissioner Orton, did you have a question?
Well, to me, it sounds like you really have an opinion of what we should do. Does our staff have an opinion, and why is that?
Well, we realize we can have opinions, but you vote. It's your choice. But I'm concerned about eliminating public hearings because they've been advertised. They're on our website. You're going to get a lot of pushback from people who thought they could go to a public hearing in their community and, want to have that voice there. But the other 2 options are basically timing issues. Do you want 3 more days now for your proposed draft maps? Or do you want 3 days later then for your draft maps if you keep the public hearings?
Commissioner Lang, I see your hand. I'm just going to keep going with Cynthia and then we'll come back to you.
I'd like to see the options written out so that, like in an email or something, so that I can really digest that.
Commissioner Lang, looks like you're being thoughtful too. Are you?
I just want to give my opinion. I don't think moving the dates to the first week, the 1st and 2nd of November are good. As I stated yesterday, November 2nd is election day. That could potentially keep people from attending the hearing. And I think option 3, I don't want to get rid of public hearings. Yesterday, it seemed like the idea to do, but I think option 3 is the best option. Yesterday, we wasted over an hour debating this exact thing that we're debating now. I think we as commissioners just need to be more efficient, maybe not go on and on and on the same topics, and just put our nose to the grindstone and do the work. That's my thought.
Thanks, Commissioner Lang. And so the 3rd option, and I just recognize that because we don't have it written out for us right now, and because Commissioner Orton did ask for that, I'm just wondering, Director Hammersmith, would you be willing to sort of share that because I think you did have it written out. Could you share that with Commissioner Orton? Because I do want to try to, I think what Commissioner Lang is saying is that, to expedite our work, and that's the third option really, is to say, hey, today, can we put our nose to the grindstone today and get our VRA analysis done on the 3 maps that are still remaining, meaning congressional, House, and Senate, and there's more than 3 of each. That's what our task could be today. I do believe we have our voting rights analyst, Mr. Adelson, with us today, but not tomorrow. Is that also accurate?
I'm unsure on that.
Okay.
Julian would know.
But we do have Lisa, Dr. Lisa
And Dr.
Hanley.
Handley is here tomorrow.
Dr. Hanley is tomorrow, and we'll get a partisan fairness. So if we do, is there more discussion perhaps? We've had a request for Commissioner Clark, please.
Well, comments. One, I think there was a 4th option. Commissioner Witches yesterday put forth the idea that we work 16-hour days. It's an option. I know it's not a popular one, but to get the work done. And I would expect that to be one of the 4 options that we have to choose from.
Is that an option at MSU, or do we have limited hours when we're working next week?
I believe we could stay till 7 PM, but I can check that out if you wanted to work later.
Let's just make sure that that's an option so that we can at least explore it.
I will check that. And maybe we can come back at the beginning of our 5 o'clock meeting and wrap this up then, so you can get onto your other work of drafting.
That sounds great, Director Hammersmith.
The other comments I had were, number one, I think I mentioned this yesterday. Why don't we get 3 draft maps put together, our finalized maps, and that's what we submit, and get people to comment on them. We all know people want Midland or don't want Midland where they're at. We all know people want Flint or not Flint in a certain area, the Kalamazoo Battle Creek thing, but we need more comments before we spend time doing these. So we get 1 congressional map, 1 Senate map, and 1 House map. That's our recommendation at this point as a temporary, and then get comments on that. That would speed up the process. And then the last item I want to mention is, I think no matter which option we have, we need an alternative plan put together by our staff on what happens if we don't meet the November 5th date. What are we going to do? How are we going to move forward to do that? And there's a possibility we don't meet the November 5th date because we may not agree on some of these things.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Villette, did you have a comment too?
I don't mean to put Mr. Morgan in the spotlight, but when will we be able to know if we will have mappers on Thursday and Friday, or have you already told us?
For next week, we'll figure it out so we accommodate you.
Okay, so do you think that we will have mappers on Thursday, Monday? We could have mappers all week,
Yes,
all 5 days.
yes.
Okay, so that's
again, I don't know what the configuration of your mappers will be, but I'm sure we'll work it out for you.
Okay. Okay, so that is another option, that we work 5 days next week instead of 3. And that also adds 2 more days to.
I see your hand, Commissioner Lang. Did you want to respond or?
Actually, I just wanted to bring to your attention, Commissioner Wagner's had her digital hand up for a while. I don't know if you can see it because her camera isn't on.
Thank you. Yes, I cannot see it. And Commissioner Witches, did you have a? So Commissioner Wagner, did you want to comment? And then Commissioner Witches.
Thank you, Vice Chair. My opinion is I agree with Rhonda. I don't think we should eliminate public hearings. However, and I know this is probably going to be unpopular, what if we add weekends? Is that an option?
Thanks, Commissioner Wagner. Commissioner Witches.
Why can't we do both? Why can't we add a full week next week and 3 days after the public hearings?
So the comment was a full week next week to add, and also the public comment or public hearings. Is that right?
No. Why can't we do work all next week, have our public hearings, and then work after the public hearings? Am I missing something here?
Work meaning the deliberations, correct? And adjusting
Yes.
maps?
Yes, afterwards, after the hearing.
I think that is possible. If I understand it correctly, what we're looking for, what we need is our consultants need at least 2 days to get all the constitutional requirements correct. Can you speak to that, Director Hammersmith?
Yes, there needs to be 3 days minimum before public hearings. In an ideal world, there'd be a week, so there's plenty of time to respond. But there has to be at least 3 days to process the data and publish it on our website. So if you take all next week and those 3 days bump into the following week, then you can't do public hearings the first week. You'd have to bump those a full week out. Then you lose those 3 days of deliberation after public hearings.
Okay, so that is not the way that it should be done. If we were to, so we are meeting next week for a little bit, correct?
That's what we have to vote on.
You haven't voted on it
Are
yet.
we doing
but I've
any- are we-
proposed Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So if you map on Monday and Tuesday, finish on Tuesday, that would give 3 days. for
Okay,
processing.
so why can't, here, I'm just gonna do this. I'll make a motion that we work Monday and Tuesday next week, and then we add the 3 days after the public hearings to make the changes to the maps. Because we need to be able to listen to the individuals and make changes based on their suggestions. And if we don't do that, then what's the point of the public hearings anyway at the end?
Can you please clarify the 3 days? So what I heard you say,
We work Monday and Tuesday next week. That allows our vendors to get the maps and do what they need to do. We have our public hearings, all of them.
starting
then we have-
starting October 11th.
How it was scheduled to begin
Okay,
with.
thank you.
And then we have those 3 days after we get back, or after the public hearings end, to make changes and deliberate further, which is basically what I heard option C to be.
Those are actually 6 days. It's 3 extra days. If you do more work up front, you lose 3 days of
Perfect.
those
So
6.
Monday, Tuesday next week, and then the 3 days extra at the end.
I second that.
And Commissioner Lang has, okay, great. So the motion on the table is to confirm for next week that we would meet Monday and Tuesday, and the times and the location would be confirmed later by staff, to allow Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, the consultants to finish what they need to do to get us prepared for a Monday start, as scheduled for the public hearings. Is the motion clear? It's been seconded. Any discussion on the matter?
I just want to know, so if we work Monday and Tuesday next week, we can keep all the hearings as they are,
That is correct.
and we're adding 3 days after the hearings?
No
There
need to-
actually is there are 6 days of deliberations after the public hearings built into the calendar. So you would have 6 days. There's a Friday and then the full following week that you could do deliberations to get to your proposed maps that will be published then for the 45-day period of public comment.
Any other discussion on the motion? Commissioner Lang?
Director Hammersmith, can you also, and possibly get back with us at our 5 p.m. if it's possible, for those Monday and Tuesday days, will you see if there is availability beyond our normal schedule has been going till 5 p.m., but say 6, 7, 8, in case if we need that little extra time beyond our regular meetings that are scheduled?
I will check that. Yvonne is in the building here today with us, so I will check with her and see if we can go later on Monday and Tuesday.
Thank you.
You're
Commissioner-
welcome.
Commissioner Wagner, since I can't see your hand, did you have any thoughts before we sort of move to the vote? Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? All right, let's take a vote. All in favor of the motion, let's do roll call. Thank you. Secretary of State, will you help us out?
Absolutely. Just one moment. Absolutely. Just one moment. Commissioners, please indicate your support of the motion with a yes or a no. The motion being to add to add next Monday and Tuesday as work days to the agenda. Am I stating that correctly, Mr. Chair? Thank you. So please indicate your support of the motion with a yes or a no. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Steve Lett,
Yes.
Cynthia Orton,
Yes.
MC Rothorn,
Yes.
Janice Follett,
Yes.
Aaron Wagner,
Yes.
Richard Weiss,
Yes.
Dustin Witches.
Yes.
Doug Clark,
Yes.
Juanita Curry,
Yes.
Rhonda Lang.
Yes.
By unanimous vote of yes, the motion carries.
Thank you, commissioners. All right, and staff, you have what you need in order to. So we'll meet. All right, so we're going to move on to unfinished business, agenda item 4. Is that right? Nope. Unfinished business. And we're just going to return to our unfinished business item 4.
Mr. Chair.
And there's 2 questions in the room. So Commissioner Witches and then Commissioner Clark.
Continuing on what I think Doug said to see if we can potentially, or no, I think there's a Rhonda where you said next week if we can stay till 7 or 8. Can we make sure that we also do that for the 6 days that we have after our public hearings if we need to stay later then as well? So that's just something to consider.
Thank you, Commissioner Witches. Commissioner Clark, did you have something?
Yeah, before we start mapping, as we go to these hearings, we haven't determined how many maps we're going to bring. And I recommended one of each, and that's our recommendation. But then each of the commissioners can submit maps as well. But we don't want to get overloaded with maps at these hearings. And if we continue to make these discussions, we could walk out of here today with 10 congressional and 10 Senate and 10 House maps. So I think we should set the parameters around what we're going to deliver to the public. And I mean, my recommendation is one of each and get the discussion going from there.
I appreciate that, Commissioner Clark. And I see Commissioner Lang's hand. Did you want to respond to that, Commissioner Lang?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Oh, and the Secretary of State, excuse me, Commissioner Lang, Secretary of State.
Commissioner Lang, you're welcome to go ahead.
I'll let you go first, just in case it says what I'm going to say.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark, I appreciate your comments regarding limiting the number of maps. As you may recall from my overview of the deliberations process yesterday, that is one of the initial steps of deliberations once you begin, is determining the number of collaborative maps that you'll take forward into the public hearings. And additionally, any commissioner who wants to put forth at least one map, not at least, just one map for each district type, is allowed to do so per the Constitution. So the only type of maps that you could limit, as I think you're suggesting, are the collaborative maps. And that is part of the deliberative process.
And that's what my focus was. I realized the issue on the others, but let's put it this way. If we do excluding collaborative maps, if each of us submit one from each of the others, that's 36 maps, or 39 maps. It's just going to overwhelm the public. But even if we submit 5 collaborative maps, that's going to overwhelm the public. And that's why I made that suggestion.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. I want to get Commissioner Lang, you still have your hand, and I see you, Commissioner Curry, and I think Commissioner Witches also had a hand. So Commissioner Lang first, please, Commissioner Witches, and then Commissioner Curry.
I agree. We need to set, I would probably be okay with one on some of the maps, but like on the House where you have 110 different districts, I would say at least 2 collaborative on those would be nice, because I have seen some differences in the two that I could go either way on one, and maybe the public could help us narrow it down better. So I'm open to that discussion when the time is right for that.
Commissioner Witches and then Commissioner Curry.
I was going to suggest one collaborative map of each until Commissioner Lang just gave that nice important point. And I do one collaborative map for the Senate, one for the congressional, and two or potentially even three collaborative maps for the House to bring forward. Seems to be okay with me. And doable. And then I don't know how many of you all plan on drawing their own maps. So saying that we're going to have 36, 38, 39 maps in front of everybody to look at seems kind of like a far-fetched number, because I don't think everyone's going to be submitting their own versions.
Thanks, Commissioner Witches. Commissioner Curry?
Yes, hi. I concur with Rhonda. When it comes to the maps, we should have at least 2 congressional maps, and then possibly 2 of each of the maps. So they would have something to choose from instead of just looking at one. So it's mostly what Rhonda had my thoughts on that.
I'm going to try to summarize. I think what we're trying to do is put our heads down today and work. So we will, and I think what we're going to have more information after tomorrow, after the partisan fairness measures, and we'll know the most on Monday, when we will have all the maps in front of us. So I think if we can sort of hold the complexity, I think Commissioner Clark is just trying to help us understand that we may want to make some hard decisions earlier, but we may not know that we want to eliminate things until we have all that information, which comes again tomorrow and finally on Monday. And Director Hammersmith.
Would it be helpful if we knew how many commissioners plan to submit maps for districts, and do they plan to submit for all districts or only one type of map?
Commissioners, that's a question. Would anyone like to know? Commissioner Witches, do you have a comment? Oh, so Commissioner Witches would like to know. And Rhonda, I see you're shaking your head. You don't need to know. Is that the idea? Okay. So I don't know if I'm not seeing any other hand. I'm seeing a couple shaking heads like we don't need to know. I'm unsure how to proceed. Do we want to take some time and actually try to talk about our plans, or do we want to work? Thank you, Commissioner Lett. So the suggestion is that please tell Director Hammersmith during break if you plan on it. And I see your hand, Commissioner Lang.
I was just going to say, it really doesn't matter who plans on submitting their maps, because we all have the opportunity. Somebody could decide at the last minute. So that part of it's kind of irrelevant to me. And I say we get to work like now.
Yeah, that's my feeling too. Commissioner Witches.
I'll just be open and say I plan on having 3 maps, one of each drawn by Monday, submitted Monday morning before. So take that as you will. So there's 3 for me.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Witches. All right, with that, and seeing no other sort of hands in the room, and Rhonda or Commissioner Curry, you'll help me with Commissioner Wagner. Okay, thank you. So yeah, I think we're ready to move on to our unfinished business, which is to continue mapping, adjustments, and deliberation. So we ended the mapping yesterday with Commissioner Zatella and me adjusting lines in the Detroit metro area. So we will continue making adjustments in that area this morning. Commissioner Vallette, you are in the rotation. Would you like to instruct the line drawer? And yes, I believe we are working on the House districts.
I would like to pass. Thank you. I'd like to pass, because I really would like someone who actually knows what we're looking for, and I'm not certain that I'm the best person to do that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Vallette. Commissioner Wagner, how are you feeling?
I was going to wind up passing today as well, Vice Chair, because my eyesight is it's too blurry to do this.
Understood. Thank you, Commissioner Wagner. Take care. So we're on to Commissioner Witches. Oh, forgive me, Commissioner Weiss.
That's okay. I guess I'm not real familiar with that area, and I really do like you guys are from there. You've done, I think, a pretty good job of moving stuff around. Whether it's acceptable or not, that's another story. But I guess I'd like you to continue doing it. I would just as soon pass, and maybe when we get up in my area, maybe I would have a little more comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Weiss. I see Commissioner Curry, do you have a hand? We can't hear you.
Are we speaking of the Detroit area?
We are talking about the Detroit area. That's right.
Okay, I don't mind taking a shot at it.
All right. Commissioner Weiss, since we're still at you, would you like to have Commissioner Curry help you? I'm just trying to honor the rotation that we're still in, or do you want to pass it and then we'll go to Commissioner Witches? And then, so Commissioner Curry, we'll get to you in about 2 turns, and we'll see how it goes. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. So Commissioner Witches, back to you.
I just have a question. In regards to the districts and the adjustments that we have, are they at first glance VRA compliant?
What we've gotten from Mr. Adelson as of yesterday, I'll try to summarize it. I'm looking to sort of just make sure that my summary is accurate, but I think we've got 2 drafts right now. So the ones that I'll call it the RAS, right, version that was that is more VRA compliant and not totally. And the first version that we drew is less VRA compliant. But I don't think we've got an actual sort of like checkbox. Yep, you're good.
Got it. So these, I'm just looking at the districts that we have. How much thinner can they get? And how much farther can they extend out before they're one precinct or one actual voting precinct wide?
Right, which I think is where this is where I think you and Commissioner Curry, I think, would be able to help sort of like balance those communities of interest and say, nope, we're going to sort of, as a commission, right, we can, right, under your direction, we could essentially say, we believe that this is the best that we're going to be able to do because of these, all the different factors that we're taking into consideration, including the voting rights analysis, and then ask for that sort of analysis to be, the partisan fairness analysis to be run tomorrow, et cetera. But it feels like that is the task, is to sort of come to some kind of conclusion, understand why we're doing it, and justify leaving it or continuing to tweak.
Okay.
And Commissioner Clark has a comment.
When we start this mapping that Juanita's going to do.
No, we're on Commissioner Witches at this point.
Or Commissioner Witches is going to do. Are we going to begin with the map that we finished with yesterday, or the previous one that we had done as a group?
That's up to Commissioner Witches.
Okay.
Yeah, I honestly think that I don't want to say they're the best districts that we can create, but I do think they're decent at this particular point, and I don't know the area. So unfortunately, is when it comes to minute adjustments, I'm going to have to pass because I don't know where to potentially make them. Understood.
Thanks, Commissioner Witches. Commissioner Clark, we're to you.
Yeah, we're focusing just on Detroit area.
I think because because of the way we want to work today, to use our time in order to actually have a partisan fairness, we want to have a voting rights analysis first, right? Because that's our first criteria in the Constitution.
Correct.
We want to have as much compliance regarding the voting rights as possible before we move to that 4th criteria, which is partisan fairness. And so that's the task today, is to, in those districts in Detroit and with our VRA expert with us in the room today, yes, that is the task.
Okay, I may, or some other commissioner may have something outside of the Detroit area that we would want to deal with on the Voting Rights Act as well. So just wanted to point that out. I would, for this area at this point, I would rather pass and let Commissioner Curry, who she's very familiar with the area, have her.
Very good. Thanks, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Curry, we are to you. And would you, Commissioner Curry, you were with us yesterday. I know that you had a doctor's appointment, had to leave. I'm wondering, do you want some orientation to where we left, or would you like to just begin? Do you have a sense of where you want to start?
Give me a short orientation of where you all left off.
Okay,
at.
so yesterday, what we, and so what John has is we're looking at the house map
Okay,
for the Detroit area. And this is it looks like it's the original, John. Is that correct? No, this is the adjusted map. An adjustment means that this is the version, I suppose, yesterday that was more VRA compliant. That does not mean it is VRA compliant, but it's more VRA compliant. And what it does is it's primarily the Dearborn area, which I believe is District 7. I'm not sure. Yeah, District 7 and 8. Yeah, thank you for, oh, 3 and 7. And
okay,
so let me just help finish orientate. And so what we did, Juanita, then was also adjusted because the Dearborn area was adjusted without diluting the Arab American vote. What we did was then adjusted 15, 16, and 17. And those were the areas where Redford had been divided, that the Redford Township had been divided 3 ways, and Livonia had been divided 3 ways. And with this reconfiguration, Livonia has 3 splits rather than 5, and Redford has split twice rather than, I think, 3 times. So that's why the adjustments were made. And again, this is more compliant with the Voting Rights Act. And I think what we're trying to do now, or the next steps, are to so that we were sort of the method we were using, Juanita, was to sort of start with District 1, go to 2, 3, 4, and just check all of them up to 18, up to District 18. And I think what we've done now is looked at 1, 2, 3, I think 14, 15, and 17. And I'm going to try to write those down because I can't remember. And I need other commissioners to help me with that. But I think what we may want to do now is to try to just proceed with District 5, maybe 5, 4, maybe 4, District 4. I think if we're just trying to go sequentially to create a district in 4 that is more VRA compliant than what we currently have. And again, 4 may actually be VRA compliant. Balanced population with voting age, the Black voting age population may be in a place where it's balanced with the white population, and will be an opportunity to elect district. And again, that's, I think, yeah, without getting too wordy, that's, I think, the best orientation I can give you, to start with 4, continue on as best you can, just trying to make adjustments. Commissioner Witches has a hand.
All right, so a couple things that I'm having a hard time wrestling with here is the term more and less VRA compliant. That is a definite philosophical question that I can't answer, and you can always keep getting more and more and more and more. I think it is at this particular point. I'm not an expert in it, but I think it needs the analysis. And I think if we continue to, the common phrase in school is don't change an answer on a multiple choice question, because you're going to get it wrong 9 times out of 10 if you do that. Or, well, not 9 times out of 10, but it's the chances of you moving it to a wrong answer is greater than if you would just leave it alone. We can continue to tweak these lines for years to try and get it perfect. We don't have the time for it. I think we should be focusing somewhere else at this particular point to make it as good as possible, and bring it to the actual people in our public hearings and have them comment on it, because we're always going to be able to get more. And if we keep chasing more, we're never going to get to the end.
Dustin, you have a point, but you have to realize that a lot of people work and they're not able to come to these meetings, these open meetings that we're having. So because I probably left yesterday without hearing all of the orientation, Grosse Pointe, I remember saying they wanted to be somehow eased into Detroit. Now, for what, I don't know, because that's the only place in Detroit or on this map that I don't even frequent. I don't see anything contiguous with it. I don't see anything that most people in Detroit, River Rouge, Ecorse, Detroit, Southwest, Lincoln Park, Allen Park. I don't see any of those people even going that way. So I don't know, maybe we need to tweet it some.
Thanks, Commissioner Curry. Commissioner Orton has a thought.
Well, it might be kind of the same thing Dustin was saying. I can't really hear over here, but I feel like we really took a lot into consideration when we were through here the first time. And I feel like as long as we are VRA compliant, we need to pay attention to communities of interest. And I know that we really did pay attention to communities of interest in this Grosse Point area. So I think we should kind of let what we did speak, or let the communities of interest speak.
Commissioner Villette?
I agree. I think that we did go through this. I think what we should be looking at now is a community's interest. And if anyone in particular has something that they remembered, like Ottawa, when we went there and we looked at that, like Midland. I mean, I don't think that we have enough time to go through, all of this and do every single thing at this time.
So I'm going to get it back to you, Commissioner Curry, after Commissioner Lang.
Yeah.
She has a hand too.
Okay, I'm really trying to figure out why did we come back to Detroit, because it was pretty much the Voting Rights Act and everything was pretty much intact.
That's a great question. I think our voting rights analyst is going to get there, but I want to allow Commissioner Lang first and then go ahead, Commissioner Lang.
I'm going to second what everybody else is just saying, because once we do have the analysis, we may have to come back in and make changes anyways, and changes after the hearing. So if it's not broke at the moment, let's not mess it up anymore. There was a lot of thought that went into it. There was, analysis, not the in-depth, but there was analysis done. I don't want to screw up what you got right now if there's other areas that could be focused on.
Absolutely. I
Very
think we
good.
ought to MC, we ought to deal with Vice Chair, we ought to deal with Ottawa. We got so much information on that
Okay.
the other day.
And you are welcome to do that. I just want to make sure that our consultant here, Bruce Adelson, has an opportunity to speak. Go ahead, Mr. Adelson.
Thank you, Commissioner Rothorn. I understand the discussion today, and I understand that the time constraints and the myriad issues that there are. And I will reiterate what I had said yesterday and previously. Even if you just look at these two as issues, you have a District 6, that's 64% non-Hispanic Black voting age population. Could you go down, please, on the demographics, John? I'm looking, I want to look at District 18. And you have District 18 that is almost 77% non-Hispanic Black voting age population. We've discussed that previously. We've discussed that these numbers are well in excess of what Dr. Handley analyzed and in excess of what I've advised the commission. So, the choice of what to look at, examine, adjust, of course, is up to the commission. But those are two serious districts that have significantly more population than Dr. Handley recommended in our analysis, and that she and I agree about and that we've discussed. So there are several districts on the table that have some issues. I'm only looking at in this narrow frame with the Voting Rights Act. We have not, there have not been, at least to my knowledge, adjustments with District 18, for example. So I think there are many considerations. There will be more considerations. The process that is occurring now and has occurred all week is a typical aspect of redistricting, is adjusting, modifying, trying various aspects to get to where you need to go from a legal perspective. And I think my colleague has a comment.
General Counsel.
Thank you so much,
And then
Vice Chair.
Commissioner Lang and then Commissioner Witches.
Thank you so much. And I wanted to, again, reiterate the comments I made yesterday with the remaining time that the commission has before November 5th, the remaining time that the commission has prior to the second round of public hearings starting is the most pressing issue. And as it currently stands, the commission, for the compliance work it needs to do to ensure that the maps that are able to be published to trigger and allow the commission to have the second round of public hearings, they have to be legally compliant to the constitutional rank criteria. And on September 30th, there is not a statewide plan that the commission has gone through the compliance analysis on. And I know we are expecting Dr. Handley tomorrow, but Bruce and I have, Mr. Adelson and I have highlighted some of the other issues with the plans that need to be addressed. So my fear is that the longer the commission spends drawing the lines and making adjustments to the lines prior to doing that compliance analysis, the less time that there will be to publish those maps and adhere to either the current public hearing schedule or a modified one if the commission chooses. But again, the time public will be able to provide feedback on the published maps. The commission will be able to make adjustments to those maps after the debriefing session. So I would again strongly encourage, like yesterday, to use your words, start fixing them. Thank you.
Okay, and I think it's to you, Commissioner Lang, but I'm wondering if there is a list that you could provide us of, like, I think I heard up District 18, for example, is one that needs to be fixed. Okay, and so back to Commissioner Lang and then Commissioner Witches.
Mr. Adelson, I'm going to ask you, because we are all novices when it comes to the VRA, and we can go online and read the comments that contradict a lot of what you say just as well as the next person. So I've got a couple of specific questions that I just want you to make clear for me so I know how to go forward. I asked one question before about, can it have a higher concentration if you're doing it for the right reasons, say as to not split a community, to not split up. I had used the Bengali community about, adding them in would cause the numbers to go up for the overall population, African-American population. Would that be okay? Because you're not trying to split. And then the second part to that question is, if I understand VRA becomes above all other criteria, but we have this criteria of communities of interest. So if we receive this input about communities of interest that say they absolutely do not want to be split, and that drives up the African-American population, then is there leeway in that VRA because we're accommodating for a community of interest, which is also part of our state constitution? I understand that the federal constitution is above all, but is there leeway in our numbers if that's the case, if these are drawn and the numbers come out the way they are, because we're trying to take into consideration the other criteria?
Thank you, Commissioner Lang. And your question goes right to the core of one of the aspects of redistricting. There are competing values, and there will be people who may be satisfied or not satisfied. But the bottom line is that if keeping communities of interest, not splitting them, adding them, implicates the packing of minority voters, the dilution of minority voters, then the number one criteria is the federal criteria. So I've certainly seen in my career that adding communities of interest may dilute minority voting strength, may create voting rights issues, may pack minority communities, implicating the 14th Amendment. So the bottom line is the federal criteria are the absolute priority. And there may be communities of interest that are not able to be included in certain districts because they implicate Voting Rights Act problems. Now, I know yesterday we spent a lot of time uniting Banglatown into two districts rather than the three they had put in previously. I think that was a positive change and positive adjustment, and that was an example of a community of interest, a minority community of interest being satisfied up to a point by responding to their concerns, not diluting their voting strength. We looked at the Asian voting strength, Asian American voting strength in District 10. We looked at it in District 2. So there are a lot of considerations on the board, but the bottom line is if adding, not adding, splitting, not splitting a community of interest implicates the number one criterion, which is federal law, and it does that in a negative, non-compliant way, then it can't be done. And that's something that I've seen before, advised many bodies about. I understand that that may cause some level of unease and disappointment in people who are watching these hearings and are voters of Michigan, but that's part of redistricting. The Voting Rights Act and the U.S. Constitution say what they do. And that has been my ongoing advice to the commission. Thank you.
Commissioner Witches, and then Commissioner Orton.
All right, so based on the advice of our general counsel that this needs to be finalized and be reviewed so we can quote unquote start fixing it, I move that we stop working on the house map and let it go in for analysis over the next 2 days so we can fix it next week.
Okay, that was a motion, and I just want to make sure that it, because I think the fixing, there was a District 18 that I think needed to be quote unquote fixed
And 16.
here and 16 before
And
we,
6, pardon me, 6 and 18 specifically.
yeah, 6 and 18. And then in district, and I do think that Commissioner Ede pointed out there is a community of interest around Hamtramck that's in District 10 that we might just sort of try to pull into 2 just to comply. And I don't think it's going to be a voting rights thing, but that's, meaning I think it's going to be okay. But I just want to acknowledge that I think is where the spirit of fixing it's in this map, and it's District 18, District 16, and District 1. No.
And
General Counsel, please help.
What I would recommend is that the commission consider doing is for the active matrix to scroll starting with 1 and glance at the districts, anything that's higher than 40% for the Black voting age population, and the population difference. I mean, just to glance at and just go down the list. And then when we get to, I anticipate number 6, number 18, and others, that those quote unquote fixes can be dealt with. And then this map can be ready for the partisan fairness analysis. That would be my recommendation. And if the commission was desiring of having an alternate house map, then the map that is the product of this analysis could be used to start the clone for the new one. But this would, oh, that changed. Did you scroll, John?
Sorry, I moved to our yesterday where we were comparing Commissioner Zatala's plan with the previously done plan, and I was making this matrix show the combined so we could do what you described, which is look at each individual district. I can also bring it up in the active matrix. That's right.
So thank you, John. I think so. Thank you for that helpful direction, General Counsel. Do you have further? Or can we, because it is Commissioner Curry's turn. Commissioner Orton wanted to speak, and so I want to acknowledge Commissioner Orton first and then turn it back to you, Commissioner Curry, and try to help direct that mapping of fixing 6 and 18 and yeah, so it'll be your turn after Commissioner Orton, Commissioner Curry.
So, General Counsel, I guess, I can't see you guys over there, but so I think we've been asking for specifics, and the specific that I heard is that 6 and 18 need to be further unpacked. And you gave a number. If it's, we should go through from 1 to all of them. And if it's over a certain percent, then we need to look at that. So can you tell me that again, what that number was?
My suggestion was that, and Mr. Morgan was very helpful with it, however the data is best displayed, but that the commission start with the data chart and look at the list, starting with 1. And I would recommend anything with a higher than 40% Black voting age population be looked at. This will also give the commission an opportunity to look at their population numbers at this time. And that way, by the time we get down to District 110, we'll know that this map is okay for to have Dr. Hanley run the partisan fairness measures. So that would be my recommendation, is just scrolling down the data. And if there's anything, again, that looks percentages that look kind of high, the commission can take a closer look. But again, with the modifications that the commission has made, again, looking at the current data percentages would be what I would recommend. And then when we see those districts, we can address them and make sure that all of them are addressed, is my goal, by going through the chart in this fashion.
Okay, so our chair has returned. So I'm going to turn it over to Chair Zatella and
Yep. So I will take over from here. But first, I'd like to remind take it off. Commissioner Woods, were you going to ask me to remind everybody to?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was just about to do.
Great.
I'd just like to remind everybody that we are required to wear our masks in the building. So if everybody could please get their masks on, I would appreciate that. All right. So this map that we have open right now, just so I'm oriented, this is a full map that we have of the whole state with the changes I had suggested yesterday. Is that?
Yes, that's correct. I made the changes as directed. We stipulated that I would do that. I uploaded the plan, and this is the same plan copied over to a new file for adjustments and working today.
Okay, thank you for that orientation. So it is Commissioner Curry's turn. And so per General Counsel's request, I think what she is suggesting that we just go down the districts one by one, and anything that's over 40%, look if we can rebalance it. So looking at the district numbers that I'm looking at, number 2 would sort of be the first candidate of can we rebalance, because it's 57% African-American. Commissioner Orton.
Okay, so this has been said like 3 times, but I'm confused now. This map we're looking at, is this the map that we all came up with, or is this the one that you redid?
I believe from Mr. Morgan, it is the map that we all did together outside of the Detroit area, but it includes the changes I proposed yesterday for the VRA purposes. So he basically folded in my neighborhood changes into this map.
That's correct from my understanding. That's what I have in front of us.
Can we go look at those changes again to see if we all agree with that? I don't recall what that was.
Commissioner Witches?
2 things. No, actually just one thing. We're supposed to be looking at the voting age population percentages, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Why is the minority column blank?
It's going to be the inverse of the non-Hispanic white, so I can give you that information.
Oh.
It's the inverse of this. So in this second district, it's going to be 75.4.
Got it. Okay, that's all I needed to know. I can do that in my own head.
You can also grab if you have it open, it's an Excel sheet, so that you can just pull it down. So, Commissioner Orton, did you want to see the other map?
Well, remind me of the changes that you made.
It was a lot of small tweaks. I think probably the easiest thing would be to pull up the old map and then put the shape file back over it, because then you can see, because I adjusted the borders of Dearborn Heights, Redford, Livonia. So there were a bunch of small tweaks all the way up to get rid of those, what people were calling the bacon strip.
Okay, so the request is to show the districts, one as a layer, as a shape layer, and then one being in the mapping software. Okay, so right now I have the adjusted plan on the screen, so I can try to either go back to the previous one and show the adjusted as an outline, or I can show the previous one as an outline on this map.
Whichever's quicker.
Okay, just a moment.
No one's seeing my hand, but while we're waiting for him to do that, so can I just have some further clarification? So we're going to go through and we're going to look for anything above 40% because we want to be VRA compliant, make sure that the whole plan is VRA compliant. Does that mean, so this is a densely populated minority population city. So does that mean anything above 40% is not VRA compliant?
Through the chair to Commissioner Orton. Yes, I think as you start again with the list at District 1 and look at that, the black VAP, if it's above that 40%, particularly in the Metro Detroit area, how that can be minimized. And I know from the chart that Mr. Morgan had displayed, Chairperson Zatella mentioned District 2, but it's also 6, 8, and 14 from that list. But again, looking at the chart, the data will enable you to verify the population deviation, look at the Black voting age population, and proceed from there.
Does that make sense, Commissioner Orton?
No, not really.
Commissioner Lang.
I'm getting on board with Commissioner Orton here. I need some type, and I mean no disrespect, but I need set boundaries on what we need to go. It's going to make our job a lot easier so we're not guessing. So if I could get something that said 35 to 45%, if you stay within that, you're good. That is going to help me, especially in areas that we're not familiar with. I think that's what Commissioner Orton, and she can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're looking for a direct guidance as far as a absolute number. So help, please.
Yeah, Commissioner Lang, that is my understanding of what we're looking for, is we're trying to bring things between 35 to 40%, because based on Dr. Hanley's analysis of racially polarized voting, that those percentages would enable minority candidates to elect their candidate of choice in the Metro Detroit area because it is so highly concentrated and so highly democratic. So that is sort of the boundary line that Mr. Adelson is encouraging us to bring the districts down to if we can. And now I'm not necessarily sure we're going to be able to, just given the density of the area, but that is kind of what he has suggested that we do, is these districts that are 59% African-American or 60%, that we try to bring them closer to that 40%. General Counsel, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I was going to highlight Dr. Hanley's racial block voting analysis. So I would offer to the commission again that when you were drawing the initial districts, that the range for Detroit was 35 to 40%. Oakland County was above 40%. So it's based on the area you were in. That's why I flagged the 40% to kind of go through and have that just as the identifier to use. And then see what area you're in, and then that will provide the further guidance. So again, the goal is in looking at the chart, the data chart that will show the equal population deviation. It will show the Black voting age population. And that will enable the commission to go through line by line and flag any issues either with equal population or with the Black voting age. And my recommendation is, again, I know District 18 was one of them, but rather than try to remember or call out which districts might need to be looked at, my recommendation is that you start with number one on the chart and just look through the data to identify what districts would need to be adjusted, even if you just make a list and then go back and start fixing them. Was that helpful, Commissioner Lang?
It is, and now I'm looking for Dr. Hanley's report again, so thank you.
So why don't we make it simpler and do what you just suggested, General Counsel, and come up with a list? I think that would be easy. So Metro Detroit area. And I'm just going to start writing this down. So right now we have District 2. Yeah, John, you want to go ahead and bring up the
Yeah,
list?
what I was going to say is since Commissioner Orton was still asking for a comparison of the boundaries of the two different plans, we also went through the exercise yesterday of showing the demographics of both of those two side by side. So I could do that both, like we have the spreadsheet on one view and then the map on the other.
That would be helpful.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Curry.
While we're waiting on that, my screen has went very foggy, fuzzy. I can't see the people or whatever. So if they could straighten that out, the cameraman.
I think we have some fuzziness over here too, Commissioner
Yeah.
Curry. So I think they're
working on it.
We're working on something.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Curry.
Okay, right before you sat down, they said something about someone, I think it was either John or Bruce, said that it was 18 and what was it, 6 or 18 and another number, I think it was 2. They had already kind of brought that to our attention that they were overpacked.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe we could look at those. So, they only named 2.
Commissioner Curry, this
Curry.
is John Morgan. Just to answer your question, it was District 18 and 6. I think you
Okay,
should be
yeah.
able to see the screen with
Yeah.
those districts. And then
Yes.
also to Commissioner Orton's question, I think I'm showing the plan that was worked on before the adjustments from Commissioner Zatella. And then Commissioner Zatella's adjustments are in the dark blue lines.
Okay, great. I see it.
So most of the changes are around the Livonia, Redford, and Dearborn area. So you see how it's just minor adjustments to those changes. And then Dearborn, I made the district more north-south instead of east-west.
So I'm wondering where we're at. I think John's got the map up. Are we getting the spreadsheet up next? Is that the idea, John?
I think Commissioner Orton's still looking at the changes.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it. Thank
Okay.
you. Sorry, my brain was done by the end of the day yesterday. Okay, thank you, John.
Madam Chair,
Yes, general counsel.
very briefly, again, if the commission wanted to preserve the collaborative map, if the commission wanted to analyze Commissioner Zatella's map, the commission decides the number of plans to publish. So if that was another way to move forward, and I know you have, I believe the house is the only map that we only have one plan on. So that would also be again, an option if the commission wanted to move forward in that manner.
Yeah. Okay, so are you still looking at this, Cynthia? Or are you, okay, so basically, yeah, the goal of this was to target those VRA numbers because they were, I had the paper yesterday, but it's in my bag, but they were originally like 70% for 14, 15, and 17. And so this brought them down closer to it was a 15% drop. And Dr. Mr. Adelson's suggestion yesterday was that we try to take them down further. And general counsel's general suggestion was that we look at all of these districts starting at 1 and go through and identify where we might need additional work and then start going through and making those proposed changes. Does that make sense?
Well, Madam
Yeah,
Chair,
that's good.
Go ahead, Commissioner Curry.
I kind of thought about half an hour ago, that's what, I don't know if it was John or is Kent there? One of them had already said, let's tweak, or we need to look at 18 and 6. So if we follow their little guide, we can kind of eliminate all these questions and stuff we're doing, right? I mean, we're going.
So 18 and 6 are definitely the highest. 18 has 76% African-American, 6 has 64% African-American.
Absolutely.
But we also have other districts that are high as well with 60, 64%, 59. Yeah. So we have quite a few.
Started somewhere.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, we can certainly start with 6 and 18 if that's where you want to start, Commissioner Curry.
I'm just waiting till you all finish looking because we're asking questions all morning. We haven't gotten to anything yet. And I know questions are relevant, but they've kind of guided us already what to do. If we go and hit that and everybody kind of work on those two, then we can find the rest of them and get something accomplished.
Yeah. So I think we could start with District 6 if you wanted to and try to do some rebalancing there.
I'd rather start with 18.
Okay, start with 18 then. You go where you want to go.
Okay. Now, Cynthia, were you through? Are we interfering with you?
Yeah, I'm through. Thank you.
Okay. Now, I am kind of familiar with the Oak Park, Ferndale, Hazel Park area and whatever's under that borderline there.
Mr. Morgan.
If I may, do we want to, which map do you want to make these changes, proposed changes into? The one that was revised yesterday or the one that was pre-revision from yesterday?
Or who are you asking, John?
What did you say, Commissioner Curry?
I was just trying to see who he was referring that question to because I wasn't, at the end of the day, I didn't know. I don't know because I wasn't there.
Yeah. So Commissioner Curry, he's asking, do you want to start with the old map or do you want to start with the map with my revisions from yesterday?
Let's go with your revisions from yesterday.
What?
You said with the revisions, is that correct, Commissioner Curry? Okay, thank you.
What map she wants to start with.
I mean, we got to start somewhere. So let's start
Okay,
with
so I'm
18.
changing back to that. Just one moment while I change to the revision map.
Okay. You all don't want that one?
It was, no, he was just using the original map, so we just got to get back to the one with the revisions.
Okay, so I'm confirming that this is the revision map. I can recognize
Yes,
the
yeah.
shapes there. And then Commissioner Curry wants to look at District 18, which is currently comprised of Huntington Woods, Oak Park, and a portion of Detroit. It looks like, is that on Southfield?
Okay. And so you said that the minority, is it the African American minority was either too high? Is that what I'm hearing? What do we need to tweet on it so I know which way I'm going?
I think the thematic dots might be helpful for African American population.
That would.
And I would also offer that the neighborhoods would help me. I know that you know the neighborhoods, Commissioner Curry, but it's mostly for me. And I do recognize that I think the District 8 right now is, I believe, an LGBTQ district, community of interest that includes Palmer Park, if I'm not mistaken. And that's why, again, I want the neighborhoods, Palmer Park, Hazel Park, Ferndale, Royal Oak. Yeah, there was, I think Oak Park was also, but we couldn't get it completely in there. But that's, so if we're taking apart, or if we're moving between 18 and 8, that I just wanted to acknowledge that that is a community of interest there in 8.
Okay. Thank you.
I think I said Palmer Park, but I think it's called Palmer Woods, the
Palmer
neighborhood.
Woods,
Yeah,
Palmer
sorry,
Woods.
Palmer Woods.
Sorry.
And Palmer Park is there too, MC is okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is District 18. If you want, I can show a little more about street names if you need them.
Street names and the dots.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The theme's not showing up at the moment. Let me
Right.
try to make an adjustment.
Okay.
Okay, this is the theme based on African American voting age population.
Okay. What is that area under?
Okay, so this shows the thematic dots and the numbers, just the population.
Okay. And we need to reduce that population by how much? It's over
The
40.
current population of District 18 is 76.7% African American voting age population.
And I think our goal, Commissioner Curry, is to
bring
reduce it
it to
as
40.
correct.
40,
but-
45.
Yep.
Okay. Then we need to try to give some of that possibly to Ferndale, from what I can see.
So you're
It's worth a
talking
try.
about possibly putting some of the African American population from Detroit into the Ferndale district?
Possibly, yeah, because they're only stepping foots away.
And in this version, that's District 8.
Mm-hmm. And Hazel Park is quite a ways from all of that. They're like really closer to 9-10 mile road or something. Hazel Park is really not that affiliated or contiguous with 7 Mile. I can't see your words now, but Oak Park and Royal Oak and all that. Hazel Park is not contiguous with that much. I mean, what you gonna? Now, you all can see this map like I can. So I'm, either way we go with this, we're gonna have to move something if we're over. And what's an 8? What is that?
District 8 has Hazel Park, Ferndale, and then it comes down to Highland Park. It's this area here.
Hazel Park, is that, I do not put Hazel Park with either Highland Park or Ferndale for some reason, but I see it on the map. But there's not a lot of contiguous with that at all. Even with the Bell, what is that minority that's there in Highland Park? The Bangladesh, is that the?
Angletown, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Angletown, yeah.
I'm not even familiar with them even being in Hazel Park. And when they came to our open meetings, they didn't even mention Hazel Park that much. They wanted to stay more with Highland Park, the northern part of 8 Mile and let me see where else, and Hamtramck. But this is all the Black community, right?
Yeah, the dots show the theme for the Black community here, and it's very strong in this part of Detroit, which is right along Southfield,
Okay.
right here.
Maybe we can, and maybe we
So
can put some in Ferndale. Maybe we
Okay,
can
so
add
into
some
the
of this to
Ferndale district?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is 7 Mile Road here, this is 8 Mile. And then I'm not sure what the cross streets are here. There's so much information on the screen.
Let's go with the 1600, the 603, and the 1397.
Okay, so some of these here and put them into 8, okay?
Yeah. Now, this isn't written in stone, Commissioner, so if you all, but it's just from what I know about it.
Okay, so this is
nowhere else to
basically,
go but there.
so this is the square here between 7 Mile and 8 Mile. And I put that into 8. So that takes, it looks like it took about 8,000 or 7,000 people from District 18 to District 8.
Okay. And so we need to get rid of about how many more? Unpack how many more? About 15,000 or 20,000? No. Now I can't read those words, those letters. Okay, that's Oak Park.
Sorry, yeah, so this was the portion that I took out of 18 and put into 8.
Okay. Can we kind of take 827, 1988, and 1246 into possibly Royal Oak, just see what it looks like, because it's so overpacked. And
So,
still
sorry
doesn't-
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to ask MC Rothorn to facilitate for me this discussion. Thank you, Commissioner Rothorn.
You're welcome. Keep going, Commissioner Curry.
Okay. Just want to, John, see how it looks if we add 827, 1988, and 1916 to Royal Oak.
Okay, I'm not quite sure I'm seeing the numbers. So
I think it's north of 7 Mile, so it's west instead of south. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, right there,
I see.
right up in there. Uh-huh.
Okay, so District 18 is 13,000 under population, and then it's 74% African American voting age, but you took out a lot of African American population at this point.
Okay. Commissioners.
And I think one of the strategies here, Juanita, may be to underpopulate. That is one of the things that Mr. Adelson did. Yeah. So what, and I think if it's intentional and if we can figure out how to balance it with an overpopulated district, which
That's
may
what my
be
strategy is, yes.
Yeah. Oh, is that your strategy?
I mean, what is 8? I don't see any names on it.
So 8 is, again, you're just taking population out of 18. So you've taken 12,000 about out of 18 and put it into 8. So now 8 is too much, 18 has too little. And I think you were contemplating taking a different area into 18 instead of this strong African American area. You might take a different area.
Okay, I will. Let's go with 1098, 1266, and 948. Let's see what that looked like. For 8 to 8. It might be too much.
Okay, so 1266 down here is what you're taking into 8. Okay.
Yeah. And 8 is what? What's the name on 8? Because I can't see it on my map.
8 has Ferndale and a portion of Detroit down to Highland Park.
Oh, okay. And what's the minority voting rights population?
Okay, so now District 18 is 18,000 underpopulated. District 8 is 15,000 overpopulated.
So we can't go there. Okay, maybe only place I see to go is either Ferndale. Commissioners, what you guys think?
Commissioner Curry, what I'm looking at is that these, this makes sense. You're staying around 7 Mile, not going too far south. 6 Mile, McNichols 7, yeah. But what I'm looking at is the adjustments that you've made into 18 to see if we've reduced the Black voting age population to any degree.
Yeah.
And it's been somewhat, but it's still in the 70s.
Okay, we're
70%.
Let's take there is some Blacks minority in Ferndale that would kind of equal it out if we put a few more in that area, you think?
Well, what I'm looking at is because we've underpopulated 18, right?
Okay.
So we've taken away the Black population to now add a white population in order to significantly reduce it. And it looks like, based on the theme that we're seeing, it looks like it needs to be, we go north to Berkeley. And I don't know what you think about, as far as Berkeley being able to fit with this district. But I think that's part of what we're struggling with, right?
Can you put this little right hand of Ferndale with Hazel Park or Hazel Park with the part of Ferndale?
So can you repeat the question, please, Commissioner Curry?
Can we put some of Hazel Park in Ferndale or some of Ferndale in Hazel Park? If we could follow that 2213 blue line that's kind of over there, if we can mix them two together. I'm not sure. I welcome your help,
Some
commissioners.
from 8 up here.
You're doing great, Commissioner Curry. Keep going.
We're just trying to balance this because it's really populated.
So if you're staying down near Detroit and Royal Oak area, do you think that there's a significant white population that will help balance?
Yeah, Ferndale has pretty, it has some minorities and some, I think it's more white, Ferndale. So if we add some Black or minority there, that would probably kind of equal it out some.
Right.
Maybe.
And what about the Pleasant Ridge area? Is that part of Ferndale or is that not part of Ferndale?
No, I mean, it's kind of, they're kind of in their own.
Do you want to try that? You want to start with that one and see how it affects the numbers? Juanita, we can't hear you and it looks like you're Okay, we lost her. Oh, there she is. Commissioner Curry? We couldn't hear you for a minute. It looks like you're on mute. You're still on mute, Commissioner Curry. We can't hear you.
Okay, I was saying that I was addressing that to Bruce Adelson. Mr. Adelson, I was trying to think, and I know that Pleasant Ridge is pretty much white minority, probably all minority. And I think they kind of want to stay like that, but maybe we can move some in Royal Oak.
So what I'm hearing you, Commissioner Curry, is you're talking about where a black and white balance may not actually be helpful for the whole community. That we have racially polarized voting in this state, and we recognize that that there are people that don't want to be together. And that's kind of what I'm hearing. Is that pretty accurate?
And I'm just thinking in Pleasant Ridge, because I don't see that mixture there at all, hardly, but I know there is probably a few minority people that are there. In fact, I have seen one or two, but it's so less that, I mean, it's like a little place that we leave people alone. We let them do their thing there. Nobody tries to move in that community or what. So, but we're trying to depopulize the minorities in Detroit by moving them around. So you guys got any suggestions?
My one suggestion was Pleasant Ridge. If you don't like that one, why don't we try the
Okay, well, let's try it and see.
well, but recognizing that it might not be a good fit with the rest of the District of 18.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be a good fit.
You don't think it's a good fit? So let's right.
Let's go to the west of Oak Park. What's there?
Into District 21.
So that's Southfield. So west of Oak Park is Southfield right here.
but it's,
And if I may, is Oak Park split? Is that what I'm seeing here? I think.
It sure looks like it.
Okay.
Is that what other people are seeing too?
Yeah, it looks like the boundary with Southfield may be as far as that.
Okay, and it looks like we may have lost Commissioner Curry. She may be experiencing some
And,
internet issues.
and that's gonna,
Should we, how are people feeling? Should we take a 5-minute break?
I'm
It's 20 minutes until lunch, so maybe that's not a good idea. Or do we want to, or we could, okay, but I'm just thinking about it. It's Commissioner Curry's turn. She's experiencing audio difficulties. Do we want to break for lunch early and return early and allow Commissioner Curry to try to return? Should we try that? Wait a minute, Commissioner Witches.
Is that even something that we can do since isn't it a separate meeting that was created at 1 o'clock?
Oh, that's right. It is a separate meeting. So,
no, it's
Oh.
not separate till 5, so.
okay, so,
MC, I'm back.
oh, great. She's, all right, great. Commissioner Curry. So, I think you were sort of, the last we heard, you were considering taking, pieces of, District 21 in the west of Oak Park. That was the last part we heard. We didn't hear anything from that.
I don't even see 21 on my screen. Right there. Oh, I see it. Okay. Can I see, John, can I see the population dots? Oh,
So again, I'll just give you a reference. The larger the area, the higher the African-American population. And I'll just click on one as an example. So this one that says 2,847 is 94% African-American. And this smaller dot over here, which is in District 18, is 56%. So that just gives you an idea of the size differences. So this one, again, 94, and this one 56.
okay. Okay, let's go. Let's go up towards past Oak Park North. Hmm.
And if there's no dot on, it means the African-American population is less than 10%. So any area up here in Berkeley is less than 10% African-American.
It's going to reduce and get a more balanced district, right? It looks like you're hesitating. What are you thinking about, Commissioner Curry?
Well, we kind of let Berkeley do their own thing, but we need to depopulate some of the area in 18, and so we need to move some things around. Maybe if we do move.
Go ahead, Commissioner Curry.
I'm welcoming your thought on that, MC. Maybe if we could move 20, move into that area.
Yeah, the population of Berkeley for reference is 15,200, and that's pretty close to what you're looking at needing for 18.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's try that and see. Because we got to go somewhere to and that's west of Southfield. What were you going to say, MC?
I'm just going to watch the numbers for the non-Hispanic Black voting age population and see. So you reduced it by 13%. And I know you think, what I heard your thoughts were that you don't think it's a really good fit with the rest of the district.
I mean, it's close enough. I mean, as far as
close enough.
The area where Berkeley is, we go through it, we go around it, we go through it, we stop some. It may be okay.
It may be okay. Okay. Because I think this is what Mr. Adelson is actually asking us to do, is to try to experiment in this way to see, we don't want to sacrifice people's lives and in the way that they want their districts drawn, but we do need to try to do something.
We have to try it because that's the only way to go is up
right
north.
So thank you.
I shop in Berkeley. I go through Berkeley.
Yep.
And I know I'm just one person, but I'm sure a lot of people probably go through Berkeley. It's not a real something you do every day, like I might run the River Rouge or E-Course or Dearborn or Lincoln Park or Allen Park. But I do run through Berkeley, and I'm sure other people do too. So.
All right. Okay, we're all set. So do you want to try to so it looks kind of funny with, that western edge of District 18, right? And the eastern edge of District 21. Looks like there's a little jog there. I don't know if you want to try to.
Let's try to fix that. With.
Do you see that?
Yeah. What do we need there, John?
So again, the population of District 18 is within the deviation. So it's a little bit under, it's 2,900 under. And I think what Commissioner Rawthorn was saying is maybe take in a small part of population somewhere else.
Yeah. Can we take it from a little bit of Southfield?
And Commissioner Curry, we may keep shifting things. That's some of the talk on the table here in the room. So we may just be able to just keep it for where it is right now.
Okay, that's fine. Welcome. Any comments?
We do have District 8 and District 21 that need to be adjusted because of this.
Okay, I'm gonna give that to somebody else.
Yeah, the challenge is going to be that we have to go through 18.
Yeah.
If we're going to write the two districts. Oh, I guess we could. So thank you, John, for helping us. We could go through 23 or we could go.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not just one way. Thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Morgan.
Yeah.
So at this point, Commissioner Curry, you've finished your turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop right there. And we probably have to do something else, but I'm gonna leave it right there for now.
Okay. Thanks, Commissioner Curry. And I just want to acknowledge that it is deliberately underpopulated to try to address that, that voting rights, the voting rights analysis. So we're still higher. We're at 61% voting age, non-Hispanic Black voting age population. And it is lower than I think 73, was it 76? It was at 76%. So you've reduced it significantly.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Morgan is going to bring that up for us so we can actually look at it. 76, yeah, it was almost 77%. So that was a significant shift. Thank you, Commissioner Curry. Secretary of State, do we need any more rationale? We got a thumbs up. All right. And commissioners, how are we feeling? Do we want to try to take an early lunch or do we want to try to move on to the next one? I'm seeing shaking heads. You ready to go? One more, Rhonda? You ready to take a break?
No, I think we should keep going.
All right, let's keep
until the
going.
Last minute.
So, and Commissioner Eid is up next, I believe. Okay. Take it away, Mr. Eid.
Okay, well, let's continue trying to fix what this map is. I just want to be clear, what we're looking at though are the changes that Commissioner Zatella had already put on, right? Okay.
Yes, Commissioner Curry started with that.
Wonderful. So we got the last district down from over 75% to about 60%. So that's a lot better. Not perfect, but headed in the right direction. But inadvertently, or I guess overtly in this case, now District 8 is 15,000 below. So we have to figure out a way to fix that.
And District 21
and
is
District
also
21 as well. So let's actually look at 21.
And I think what Mr. Morgan was pointing out is that District 23 sort of touches both of those districts. So that may be a route or a path to adjust the population.
And again, just to clarify, it's a population circle. Right now you have one that's over and one that's under, and you have to pass between the two. And like you were saying, you could go through District 18 or you could go around District 18. What's the Black VAP on 21 currently? Still 64.
So it's still higher than I think we'd like it to be. Is that the highest one currently?
By taking Berkeley out, that did increase it. So I can give you a quick snapshot from the spreadsheet to see what it was.
I don't know. I just want to know, is currently 21 as it's configured, is that the highest percentage of all of these districts in Metro Detroit? right now?
Again, it's an incomplete district at this point.
Right, I understand. That.
Yeah. It doesn't seem to be. It seems to be, yeah, 6 and 21 as currently drawn.
Okay, let's go actually go to 6 then. And 6 is at 64% right now.
Yes.
Okay. The southern part of 6, that's closer to downtown Detroit. Yeah, let's unassign those areas for now.
Okay, so do you want to use 94, south of 94, this section, this section?
You could use the neighborhood layer too.
Yeah, let's pull that up. That's a great idea. Thank you, MC.
And I do believe if you're trying to, because the white population is in 4, right? So you're welcome to do as you were suggesting, which is unassigned, but you may consider trying to, do a direct.
Yeah, we could do that. That might be easier. Okay, so let's add to District 4. Well, let's actually do 6 first, because 6 is the one that has the higher number currently. So let's add Grosse Pointe Shores and Grosse Pointe Woods to 6.
Okay.
Okay, that took the number down to about 53% instead of being 64%. Now we're under population by 18,000 on 4. For District 4, let's bring in more of that area, those neighborhoods that you're hovering over now, in order to increase the population number until we hit the goal.
And if I'm not mistaken, we do have a couple COIs around the Chandler Park area that may, I think this was something that was requested. Again, there's so many competing COIs, right? I think the St. Clair Shores was a more popular COI, to be certain, but there is a COI that I do believe around the Chandler Park area we could, that might help if you want to pull up a COI.
Do you know which COI it is specifically?
I'll see if I can find it.
Commissioner, do you want me to go ahead and assign this so you can see the population? Okay,
yeah,
so I'll do it in 2 phases, this part first.
Yes.
Commissioner Orton, as we're trying to do this, I still think we should try and keep the communities of interest together. And we have heard so much about the points being together. I hate to split them up. Is there a way to keep them together?
I'm going to be honest. I agree with you, and I hate to split them up. But I think for this house map, I don't see another way to do it, because that is where the white population is around Detroit, and we've already covered, the other areas like Livonia, for example, and Dearborn as well, which was split up the other day. So I mean,
I'd be welcome to any advice from anybody to figure out a way to not split it up. But I think right now, what we've heard is that this map's currently not compliant and we need to get it to be compliant. Thank you, Nancy. Oh, okay. So this, what I'm looking at now is a community of interest map that goes south of Grosse Pointe Farms.
Commissioner Clark, did you have a comment?
Yeah, the only comment I had is, well, relative, I guess, to community of interest, but that section of Detroit at the public hearings, they did not want to be connected with Grosse Pointe because they feel that all the attention goes to the Grosse Pointe area and not them. And so that was a significant comment I got out of that community. Yeah, I know we're in a tough position to try to get this thing fixed.
Right. And I think what we can do, commissioners, I just want to acknowledge that what I've heard, and I believe is true, right, from Mr. Adelson, is that the point is to try to experiment. We can try, recognize that we don't like this, and recognize that we will prioritize. I mean, what we do is we risk running against, like we have to, like our maps may be challenged because they're not VRA compliant, right? So what we do is we risk losing our maps, right? That we create maps that we believe comply with COIs, but then don't comply with the first criteria. And I think, again, I don't believe that we have to choose, but we have to justify it and recognize the costs, if you will, of our choice. That's, I think, that's what we're doing here. So I think as Commissioner Eid is doing, what we're doing is we're trying it. We recognize that it's painful, and we have to try it because we do want to get these maps done the right way the first time and legally. Was there Commissioner Witches, please?
But according to what you said earlier, they are VRA compliant because you said one was VRA compliant, one's more VRA compliant. So which is it? Is it not or is it? Because I don't know.
So if we're
General
looking,
Counsel, please.
so the data for number 4, or actually the District 18 is the one that I'll use as the example that had 76.72% Black VAP would be considered a PAC district. So what we're trying to do is utilizing the racial block voting, which provided the commission with the percentages by which the minority voting population would have the opportunity to elect their candidates of choice. You don't, in Detroit, the current maps, the analysis showed that the districts were packed up to, 70%, 90%, some of the districts, which is shocking, particularly when you get the RBV analysis that says that the 35% could elect a candidate of choice. So I hope that was helpful in what the goal is. So, and I know a lot of our public commenters and in the portal, I've seen the maintaining the majority minority districts that the city currently has. And again, Dr. Handley's racial block voting analysis demonstrated that they're not necessary, that the ability to elect, the opportunity to elect can be preserved without having those types of districts.
So for the moment, Commissioner Eid, take us into lunch, please. And
Yeah, I'll just continue to finish fixing this. Those 3 neighborhoods above Grosse Pointe, yes, those, can you take those and put them into District 4? Okay, that took too much. Do you want me to just do one of those three?
No, assign
All three?
assign all of it, all of
Okay.
those three neighborhoods, and then we'll take off from elsewhere.
And if I'm not mistaken, those three neighborhoods are considered a community of interest themselves and do align with the points.
Yeah, well, at least with Grosse Point Farms, which is included in there. That's in the map that you just showed.
For the reference of the public, I'm going to share the map that Commissioners Eid and Rothhorn are referring to on the Zoom meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah Reinhardt. Commissioner Eid.
Okay, so now we're over 14,000 people and we have a 60% BVAP. So we're going to take off the areas that are closest to downtown Detroit. So yeah, let's start, I guess, where 4 starts, right, in the heart of the city. And let's unassign those for now. We can figure out where we're going to reassign that population after lunch.
So to clarify, give me direction, please, on which neighborhood specifically.
Yeah, so those, go ahead, MC.
Commissioner Eid, I'm just thinking that because you're working with 6 and 4, like it's easier. I just want to acknowledge that it may look funny, but it's just balancing between 6 and 4 might allow us to just have 2 districts that we're playing with. Yeah, to go into the corner, I know it will look neater, and I trust your instincts here, because you may know exactly where 1 and 10 need to be balanced, right? So if you recognize that where 1 and 10 can help balance out, absolutely go there. But I just was thinking that, yeah, if you stay up where you were with 6, that it may, and just the balance between the 2, that might allow us to, yeah, move around less.
Well, I appreciate your faith in me, but I had no clue where to go with 1 and 10 from here.
Yeah,
I actually thought that 6 was okay on population, but no, you're right. We took some out of 6. So let's go back and re-examine the 6 and 4. So now we need, and thank you for pointing that out, because I thought 6 was okay, but it is clearly not. So 6 needs 11,000 people and 4 is over 14,000 people. Yeah, go ahead.
Commissioner Clark?
What I don't want to see happen is to move north on the shoreline. So everything we've done from St. Clair Shores up north toward Mount Clemens, I want to keep intact and deal with it down on the closer to Detroit end.
Yeah.
Well, I think the only thing to do here is to take that neighborhood that's in the corner, that's like in the corner between 6 and 4, the neighborhood that kind of looks like a triangle here. If we add that to 6, so let's zoom in. Okay, those 5 voting precincts right over there. And there's also a little square that I'm looking at that also needs to be put into 6. Yep, that area as well. And do you see that little square that's in between 833 and 9? Yeah, exactly. Let's put that into 6 too. I think we did too much there. Something else got added.
Take 67 out.
Did you want to move into this next neighborhood anyway, or not? Because they're still off on population.
Yes, I did want to do that. It looks like that neighborhood and that little square I was speaking of are in the same precinct. Yeah, I don't want to go there. I'd rather not. I'd rather not. Okay, so 4 is still over population a little bit, and 6 is still under population. Let's
Sorry,
take the rest of-
did you want me to continue with the neighborhood or
Yeah,
back
let's
out of
take
that?
the
Rest of the
rest.
neighborhood? It'd be about 1,800 people or close to it.
Yeah, well, let's take the remainder of that neighborhood. The difference between 4 and 6 right now, it looks to be about 3%. So let's try to get those numbers closer to that. Yeah, let's take that strip as well. Put it into 6.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the voting precinct crosses the neighborhood boundary. It might.
We could go into blocks. I'd be okay with that. I'd rather maintain the neighborhood than the voting precinct.
Commissioner Ede, the irony of what you're doing though is that these top 3 neighborhoods do associate with the points.
I know.
So why not go just west of them into the Chandler Park area? In terms of assigning, removing population from 4. That's what
I'd be open to looking at that. It just kind of would make almost
well, if you're thinking about the shape, that's what I'm thinking, right? I think we all recognize that shapes are going to be weird at this point, but we're trying to preserve communities of interest as we do this.
I do like that idea better than taking these 3 neighborhoods out of 4.
So belay the order to take the rest of the neighborhood, think on it, take a break and think about it.
I would
Yeah,
suggest we take a
I
break,
think,
guys,
yeah,
because I
that'd
know
be
we're gonna
nice.
have people here at 1. So let's not cut into lunch because I know a lot of people are going out. So it's currently 12:07. Without objection, we will recess for lunch and we will return at 1:07 PM. Hearing no objections, let's take a recess. Thank you. As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 1:09 PM. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely. Commissioners, please stay present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll call that you are attending remotely and state where you are physically attending from. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present.
Anthony Ede. Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Sotella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
President, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Justin Witches.
I'm present.
11 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you. Department of State staff, did Commissioner Curry indicate where she was remoting?
I'm
in?
here.
Commissioner Curry, can you indicate where you're attending remotely from?
I'm attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're
Great. At
welcome.
this point, we're going to continue with our mapping. We were left off with Commissioner Ede. Once again, I'm going to ask Vice Chair Rothhorn to facilitate the discussion. Thank you very much, everyone.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Oh, Commissioner Lang, yes.
per our agenda, are we supposed to be doing public comment now?
You know what? We are supposed to do public comment. Thank you very much for that reminder, Commissioner Lang. You gonna do it?
Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. Oop,
Go ahead.
are we doing remote or in person?
In person.
Yeah, so I apologize. In person, individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide in-person public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. Please step to the nearest microphone when I call your name or number. You'll have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is number 1.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Commissioners, staff. My name is Dave Dulio. I'm a professor of political science here at Oakland University. I'm also the director of the Center for Civic Engagement. It's my pleasure to welcome you to Oakland University's campus. One of the university's goals is in the area of community engagement, where we look to engage with our surrounding communities off campus. And this is an opportunity for us to do that, to welcome you, to have you here, to do your important work. As one of the goals of the Center for Civic Engagement is to be a convener of conversations about issues of public importance. And this is certainly one of those issues. So it's my pleasure to welcome you. Thank you for being here. And it's a pleasure to have you. Thanks.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks very much for addressing the commission. Number 2.
Good afternoon, Commission. Thanks for all the hard work you've been putting in. This morning, you were discussing the number of draft maps that you'll be submitting to the public soon. Several collaborative ones potentially and several solo commissioner maps possibly. My question is related to that. If a citizen-drawn map is submitted to the commission that better fulfills the constitutional requirements, will you consider using that as a basis for your final map? I haven't heard any discussion about that. If so, how will you know a better map when you see it? I hope you'll please let the public know your answer to these questions at the time you publish your draft maps. I believe that it will help the public to know how to participate in the draft review process. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 3.
Apologies for the interruption. I just wanted to note for the record that Commissioner Wagner is present. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary of State.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Oakland County Executive Dave Coulter, and I really appreciate you giving me a few minutes to talk about the work of the Independent Redistricting Commission. I know that the voters spoke loudly and clearly in 2018, saying they wanted fair and representative legislative and congressional districts drawn by a bipartisan and independent redistricting commission. So I applaud all of you for taking on this enormous and difficult task. I really do. As Oakland County Executive, I want to tell you a little bit about the county that I represent. With more than 1.2 million people, larger than 9 states, by the way, we grew by 6% in the 2020 census and remain the second largest county in Michigan. Oakland County is an economic force and collectively contributes 20% of the state's GDP. We're home to universities, hospital systems, corporate headquarters, and manufacturers. And as a county government, our health department, intermediary school district, and this university are core to the Oakland County community. And it is vital that we have full and fair representation. That means we need to have state and federal legislative districts rooted right here in Oakland County. We need our representatives to understand the needs of our communities, of our residents, and our businesses. Frankly, I'm concerned that the latest maps I've seen appear to be diluting Oakland County's voice, with several state legislative districts split between multiple surrounding counties. Now, I'm not saying that we can't be combined with residents from other counties, but those district lines need to be carefully drawn and created for districts that are rooted here. Oakland County's representation in Lansing could conceivably go from 14 members of the House and 5 senators we have currently serving in Lansing to 10 in the House and 2 senators with the current maps. The proposed congressional map, which I know is still a work in progress, dissects Oakland County even further without a single district that is solely rooted in Oakland County. There's a very real possibility that the current 4 Oakland County residents representing us in Washington could be whittled down to 0. This would represent a tremendous loss of influence in the capitals for a county that is growing, and I would urge you to amend the current drafts of the maps for Oakland County because we all deserve districts that will be fair in representing our residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 4.
Hello, my name is Janet Prang, and over the years, I have voted Republican, Democrat, Independent, and third party. In 2016, I joined Voters Not Politicians, and for the first time in my life, worked hundreds of hours writing postcards, collecting petition signatures, and canvassing to get Prop 2 passed, which it did with over 60% of the vote. Fair, it's a very important word to all of us. It's why Voters Not Politicians was started. It was the intent of Prop 2. It's what most people want in life, a fair shot. It's what kids clamor for. It's what Michigan citizens demand from this commission, fair districts that reflect the population of Michigan. Presently, Michigan Senate is 16 Democrats, 20 Republicans, and 2 vacancies, which is an 8% advantage to Republicans. The state House is 52 Democrats, 58 Republicans, which is almost 9% advantage to Republicans. This is what a rigged election looks like. There should be no advantage, 0 advantage. 0 partisan advantage. Even more evenly divided districts will result in better representation, higher voter engagement, and less extreme candidates. You need to unpack cities and counties so that everyone's vote has equal weight. Recent statewide elections have resulted in a governor, 2 U.S. senators, secretary of state, and attorney general, all Democrats. Since 1992, Democrats have controlled the House only 7 out of 30 years. And have never controlled the state Senate or elected a Republican U.S. senator. We voted for a Republican president only once in 32 years. Your job is extremely important, and it will affect the next decade of elections. The Michigan Constitution states that districts shall not provide a disproportionate advantage to any political party. Your current maps, I feel, fail this constitutional test. Thank you for your time, and I do appreciate all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in line to address the commission is number 5.
Commissioners, thank you for your time today and for the hard work you're doing. My name is Steve Prang, and I'm a lifelong resident of Michigan. Along with thousands of other volunteers, collected over 340,000 signatures to amend the state constitution to create an independent commission to draw more fair voting district boundaries. Proposal 2 passed in 2018 and a 61% landslide. In spite of several legal challenges to Prop 2, here we are today. I know you have 7 criteria you must follow, but I would like to focus on 1. No advantages to political parties. Studies have been done to create near zero political bias districts. It can be done. No district should offer a candidate of any party a safe seat. Every candidate should have to earn their seat every term by upholding the Constitution and addressing the needs of their constituents. There should be no packing or cracking based on political party. There should also be no packing or cracking of minorities in accordance with the Voting Rights Act. An additional benefit of districts that don't favor a political party is that we will have fewer extreme or fringe candidates. This would encourage members of different parties to work together. This is the district I live in, District 11. I know that following all 7 criteria, you're not going to have nice square rectangles for all the districts. But when this was drawn in 2011, I think it was drawn to favor one party over another. Thousands of people have spent tens of thousands of hours to get us to where we are today. The people of Michigan are looking to you to achieve our goal of fairer voting district boundaries. Please follow the law and make sure that there are no advantages to political parties in the new districts. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 6, please.
My name is Stephanie Keywell, and I have never spoken in public like this before. I'm speaking for my children and my grandchildren. First, I want to say thank you to each of you. This is difficult work. It's technical, it's complicated, and there are challenges. As citizens, many of us have tried our best to offer input to protect our interest. Districting was meant to be a miniature of our people here in the state at large. Your good intentions, your time, and your effort will not automatically lead to fair maps. Proposal 18.2, which I voted for, and which was approved by our citizens, reads, new redistricting criteria shall include districts of equal population, reflecting Michigan's diverse population and communities of interest. Districts shall not provide disproportionate advantage to political parties or candidates. At the end of today and at the end of your days, let us celebrate your work. And as I said when I began, thank you to each of you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 6. And as you begin speaking, please acknowledge that the microphone is best. You're best heard with about 8 inches between your mouth and the microphone, please. So again, number 6. I'm not seeing any movement in the room. Number 6. Are we up to number 7? Again, please about 8 inches between your mouth and the microphone. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I appreciate this opportunity to address the group. My name is Brian Dunphy. I am a Rochester Hills resident, have been for more than 30 years. I'm a retired manager from Beaumont Health. We certainly appreciate all the hard work that the Commission has been doing in this arguably arduous task. I think it's agreed, though, that a lot of people feel that the current maps need additional work to pass the constitutional test. Others here are already addressing the need for the commission to measure partisan fairness and make adjustments that are necessary to minimize political bias in those maps. What I'd like to touch on very quickly is issues specifically to Rochester and Rochester Hills, what we could call the M59 corridor. It's important that any legislative districts that are created keep these two cities together. Rochester and Rochester Hills have long been effectively one community with many common interests. They share resources like the library and the school district and more, and also have many shared community groups like the Rochester Avon Historical Society, the Paint Creek Center for the Arts, Neighborhood House, and many more. Because of all these common interests, it's very, very important that the cities of Rochester and Rochester Hills remain together in any district maps that are created. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line to speak is number 8.
Good afternoon. My name is David Jaffe. For those who remember these words, I am not now, nor have I ever been, a card-carrying member of any political party. Before I voted for Proposal 2, I did read those clear, concise, easy to apply words that are your responsibility. And I thank you for undertaking that work. I have 3 points I'd like to address to you today. First, Oakland County is a thing. To put what Executive Coulter said a little differently, Oakland County really is a community. It is a place with interests that are consistent with Oakland County, and a lot of people have worked for a lot of decades to make it that way. I'd urge you to find ways to give Oakland County districts that, as he said, are centered into it or that are based in Oakland County. Second, I'd like to suggest that the Woodward Corridor, Birmingham, Royal Oak, Clawson, maybe the areas around that, are a community that lives, works, plays, eats, drinks together, and is an area that should be considered as a unit to the extent that that's at all possible in drawing maps. It is a very natural community of interest. Third, I urge you to focus as you work through the next drafts on questions of partisan fairness and do your very best to achieve that objective. Thank you very much for your efforts on this task and for your consideration of these comments. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line to speak is number 9.
Hi, my name is Lori Lisi. I live in Huntington Woods here in Oakland County. First, I want to recognize the hard work that you all are doing. From my looking into it a little bit, it's incredible what you guys are having to do. Thank you. I came today to ask that you pay particular attention to nonpartisan fairness, a relatively objective measure as you draw our maps. I know there are maps that have been submitted that have almost zero partisan bias. Per the Constitution, nonpartisan maps are prioritized ahead of geographical and political boundaries and compactness of districts. I know that funny shapes are the hallmarks of gerrymandered districts, but funny shapes are okay if they are necessary to making a map that fairly represents Michigan voters. I ask that you pay attention to nonpartisan fairness as you are drawing or redrawing each district, rather than checking only when you are done. I'm not a map drawer, but I'm a knitter, and I count my stitches and my rows. I measure lengths and widths as I go, rather than hoping that I will complete the sweater or sock and it will fit. Drawing with an eye to nonpartisan fairness as you go is the method most likely to lead to fairness without the need to unravel and redo at the end of the process. I believe that each of you has the best of intentions, but good intentions will not automatically lead to fair maps. As a voter, I will feel better about the outcome of elections going forward, even if my candidate does not win, if I know that we have districts that reflect the balance of voters in the state. Anything less will lead voters to feel frustrated and cheated. Thank you again. I know your work is hard. You have my gratitude as you continue your work to produce maps that fairly reflect the diversity of Michigan voters. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for that metaphor. Next in line is number 10.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me? Clear?
I think you're a little bit too far away now.
Too far?
Come a little bit closer. Yeah, about 8 inches.
All
Yep,
right.
thank you.
My name is Joy Cleary, and I am a UAW. A little
Little bit closer,
Is this better?
Yes, that's
Got
better.
me now. Okay. My name is Joy Cleary, and I'm here as a UAW representative from Region 1. I'm part of the Community Action Program, and I would like to just address the commission, asking that if you guys can come together, as of course, but the United Auto Workers is unity is everything. So if we can come together and try and, as everyone else has addressed, be as fair as possible, covering I know we're in Oakland County as well, but as you go over all of the different districts, but make it even all across the board. The partisan fairness is everything. So we would pretty much ask that you guys try and involve the community as well, try and not be so partisan with both parties so we can even out and it be fair for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. I believe we're to number 11.
Hello, how's everybody doing? Good.
Thank you. We're doing well.
I have a very simple request. Precinct 3 and 5 in Oxford Township is currently in District 30. I'm talking House District. So if you want to follow along, bring up the House District map. Precinct 3 and 5 is currently in District 30. The rest of Oxford Township and Addison Township is in 47. Our community of interest in Oxford, I'm from Oxford. My name is Josh. I'm an autism clinician full-time. My wife and I both practice. And we want our community to stay localized and focused. Oxford Schools spans across Oxford Township into Addison Township. And we can easily keep that there if we move precinct 3 and 5 from 30 as it was drafted into District 47. And that is my spiel. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that specificity. Next in line to speak is number 12, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Felk. I live in Rochester Hills. I think there's an old carpenter saying, measure twice, cut once. So I'm hoping that's what you're able to accomplish, is because to me, the only reason that we're having this whole process is that we end up with maps that are fair. I think that's the key word you've been hearing here this afternoon, is that we have fair maps as far as partisan considerations go. I was a court reporter, and when I was court reporting, both sides would hire us to make a record of the proceedings. And if there was any hint of partiality, I'd be out of a job, because if I changed one yes to a no or a no to a yes because maybe someone, I had one client in the room, I wouldn't be hired again. So I hope that you're all being paid here today. I hope that you'll make sure that whatever we end up with is fair, because the maps I've seen so far that have been proposed are not fair. So that's all I really came here to say, is that the end product needs to be fair for all the residents of the state of Michigan. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Were you number 12? Thank you. So number 13.
My name is Ginger Kettleson. I'm a Rochester resident. I just want to add my support to what Brian Dunphy requested, that you consider Rochester and Rochester Hills as one community. I would add that a good part of Oakland Township also operates within our community library and OPC and so forth. So I'm just saying that those are considerations I'd like you to keep in mind. And thank you also for your hard work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 14. I don't see any movement for number 4.
Over there.
Oh, thank you.
Hi, I'm Brian Olds. I'm a political science student here at Oakland University. And I live in Bloomfield, technically Bloomfield Township, which is split in the current map from Bloomfield Hills, even in District 30 and 22. And I'm looking at it right now in 30. Bloomfield is much different. Bloomfield Hills is much different from the top of the district of 30. And so I would want that 30 be lower south, like more southern and more into Bloomfield Township and less into Lake Orion. Thank you. And thank you for all the work you're doing.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 15.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's Gerald Lang. I'm from Lake Orion, Michigan, and I appreciate your attentiveness to what's going on today. I do see some of you commissioners that are surfing the web and different things. I'd appreciate it if you would watch what's going on. I have two things that I'd like to specifically talk about. One is dissecting specific communities. We've had in the past 30-mile differences in some communities. So if you need to necessarily break up a community or dissect it, I don't see a hesitancy in that. We have the property we stand on right now has often been debated on whether it's Rochester or Auburn Hills. So it's not out of the ordinary for this to happen. School districts, your house can be on one side of the road. The street can actually separate a district where kids would be living in a Birch Run address and go to Clio schools. So it is not out of the ordinary. And I'd also ask each one of you to follow the constitutional guidelines that were set forth to you. We want free and fair elections. We want an impartial state, just like the Board of Commissioners here. You guys are impartial, and we would like our state of Michigan to be the same way. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 16. Number 16. Let's move on to number 17.
Nope. I think that's it.
Are we finished with? We had 15. Wonderful.
Okay.
All right. Now that we have concluded in person, we will move on to remote public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice will say that the host would like you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your name or last 4 digits of phone number. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues, or we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and then return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so you can participate during the next public comment period at a later hearing or meeting. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the first timer. First in line to provide public comment is Karen Adams.
Mr. Video. Thank you very much. I'm Karen Adams. I live in Commerce Township, Oakland County. I've been voting in every election since I've been 18 years old. It's a lot of elections. I grew up in Michigan, but I've lived in northern New Jersey, suburban Philadelphia, suburban Cincinnati, but I chose to move back to Michigan when we retired. I've seen differences in different states as far as elections goes. I've always volunteered in my community. I was appointed to a planning commission for 9 years. I've helped seniors in high school register to vote in several school districts near me, and it's been very rewarding. I believe elections and government are important, and we have a responsibility to actively participate. First and foremost, I am concerned with fairness. I believe fairness should be the overriding principle in drawing district lines. I understand that this commission must comply with the state constitution and the Voting Rights Act, and not to provide disproportionate advantage to any political party or favor or disfavor an incumbent elected official or a candidate. But the most important goal should be that the will of the majority of voters should be reflected in the number of seats won. I believe that is the goal of Prop 2 and getting rid of gerrymandering, and it was the impetus for Michigan voters overwhelmingly passing the fair redistricting law. I'm most concerned with packing and cracking. Packing is unfairly putting many people of the same community of interest into a single district in a way to waste large number of votes, reducing the total number of districts in which that community has influence. And cracking is unfairly splitting up people of the same community of interest among several districts, thereby preventing them from constituting a majority in any single district. I hope that the commission does not take into consideration keeping incumbents districts. I want partisan fairness and an even playing field. I want voters to have a fair chance to elect the candidate of their choice. I'm concerned that anti-gerrymandering has not been addressed in these maps. It would seem to me to be the logical way to approach this work would be to start in the most populous area of the state, the Southeast, and work out. Because if these districts in the populated areas are drawn fairly, it follows that the rest of the map would be fair. This is about voters and fairness. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line to speak is Edward Hoybel.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm new to this. Yes, I don't want to go long on my comments. I still have to study the maps, but I guess I want to echo the previous comments about partisan fairness and sort of try to be sort of semi-balanced or not lopsided districts as we've had for years. I mean, for a decade, for decades probably. And then I guess I'd also throw in, I do like your ideas of compactness and not splitting up counties and cities. I mean, to me, as a voter, when I talk to voters, they invariably don't know what district they're in. They don't know what Senate, House, state House district, state Senate district. They don't know what congressional district they're in. And I just was shocked that so few people. I'm in Calhoun County, and we've bounced around a little bit between the 7th and the 3rd, and I was kind of shocked how few voters knew that they were in the 3rd congressional district, and Justin Amash was their congressperson. That was a couple elections ago. But yeah, let me mention one other thing, and I'll stop. I'm glad that we don't have any districts like Ohio districts and North Carolina districts, which are like, modern, weird, just totally implausible districts. At least we're how do you say, compact in that sense. Thank you. And thank you for your work. But
Thank you for addressing the commission. Good to hear the laughter. Next in line is number 3, Nada Al-Hanuti.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah. Yes. Can you see me? Okay. I'm starting my video. Hi, everyone. My name is Nada Al-Hanuti, and I'm from Dearborn. I have reviewed all 3 maps, and I just first want to thank the commission for keeping our Muslim communities in Dearborn Heights, and Hamtramck together. And I'm aware there's going to be more added to the map. I just urge you to keep our Muslim communities together. In addition, I ask that you add Dearborn Heights to your congressional map and remove anything past 8 Mile. And to be frank, the map looks funky and weird with the addition of the city past 8 Mile. So I really urge you to keep Dearborn Heights, Hamtramck, and Detroit together because they do have the largest Muslim population in the state. And it would be ideal if we had a congressional district that includes them all. And our Muslim communities have very similar intersectional struggles, including air pollution caused by AK steel, causing residents to develop cancer and asthma, repeated flooding due to the city's neglect to provide some areas with proper infrastructure, low income, working class residents, lack of language access, lack of healthcare, fear of deportation, because we have many undocumented residents. So I urge you all to keep this particular community of interest intact because it is vital for us to serve their needs. We urge the commission to not only divide these Muslim communities, because splitting the community would simply be unjust, because we need to ensure that they have the proper representation and the federal and municipal services they need. So keeping this community together will help us provide appropriate services and sincerely build power and agency through our communities. Thank you so much for your time, and I really, really hope you consider keeping our Muslim communities together.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Dorothy Munson.
Can you hear me?
It looks like you're speaking, Dorothy, but we can't hear you.
Just a moment. Hold on. Okay, I'll come back to it.
We can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. Great, thank you. I am Dorothy Munson, and I am representing Proactive, which is a nonpartisan nonprofit that focuses on voting rights for underserved people. I'm a lifelong resident of Grand Rapids. Our comments are directed to Congressional District 4 on map 9-20-21 V as in Victor 3 C D, focusing on Kent County. It would be helpful to look at Kent County as the base for the district, with the western townships of Jamestown, Georgetown, and Talmadge that are currently included. We suggest you consider adding the heavily populated western Allendale Township that borders 196 from Metro Grand Rapids westward. The similarities of culture and communities of interest are reasonably consistent. This would also encompass Grand Valley State University in Allendale, which has extensive campuses in downtown Grand Rapids. This would complement the other 10 smaller college campuses in the metro area. This westward shift in population would facilitate moving the 6 current Ionia, primarily agricultural townships, which are on the eastern areas of District 4, into a district that has commonality with them. These townships are Orleans, Otisco, Keene, Boston, Berlin, and Odessa. We would like to express our pride in the work and professionalism the Commission has consistently demonstrated. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is James Gallant.
Apologies, Mr. Vice Chair. I believe next in line is Ethan Petzold, number 5.
Thank you. Ethan Petzold, I apologize. You're next in line.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Well, good afternoon. My name is Ethan Petzold. I'm a lifelong Michigander and a resident of Canton. First and foremost, I want to thank you all for the work you're doing to draw our legislative maps. I appreciate that the Commission's been posting all of its work and allowing everyday citizens to weigh in on the process, a process that's historically happened by politicians behind closed doors. With that being said, I've been following the work of the Commission and have become very concerned about partisan fairness, the districts that have been drawn so far, particularly in the State House. The current draft of the State House map includes 66 districts that went for Trump in 2016 compared to Clinton's 44, despite Trump only winning Michigan by 10,704 votes statewide. Looking at the 2020 election, we see that Trump would have still carried 58 of the State House districts under the current draft of the map, compared to Biden's 52, even though Biden won the state of Michigan. One of the criteria spelled out in the Michigan Constitution is that districts shall not provide a disproportionate advantage to any one political party. The State House map, as currently drawn, clearly favors one party disproportionately. I ask the commission to consider this criteria and make changes that would remove all partisan bias. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much for addressing the commission. Next in line is James Gallant.
Hello, James Gallant, Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition. These are my opinions. I'd like to speak to you today about the amendment to your rules of procedure. They're on the agenda for today, and I'm wondering why they were not posted to the public. And you posted instead of resolution, as if it's a done deal and you're just going to rubber stamp a resolution and not and get the input. I'd ask you to postpone that decision and ask the input of the prior speaker from the Center for Civic Engagement to weigh in on this rules of procedure thing and how the Roberts Rules works, and specifically the where you're trying to, or where this idea for a motion to discuss, where that came from and whoever thought of that, because that's what a motion does. You motion, you second it, you discuss it, and then you vote. So your motion to discuss sounds more like a trying to circumvent the rules so that you can do the bullying. That's what happens. This is the bullying. You load up on people and it's bullying, and you still don't have an immediately pending question. I mean, you're going to what? You're going to motion, second, to discuss, and then vote, yes, we're going to discuss. Well, what are you going to discuss? Nothing. I mean, it makes no sense. So if you could just get an opinion or a registered parliamentarian or somebody, please and inform the members of the actual rules in the book that you're trying to circumvent, because these all have corresponding rules in the book that the members like Commissioner Curry doesn't even know that they exist. And I think that's wrong. That's just fundamentally wrong. And for, everybody has the right to know what the rules are and to be explained to them and give informed consent. So please do that and postpone, but please discuss at length the part about the motion to discuss and why that is, where that came from. I mean, wasn't even asked for. The commission never asked for the bylaw amendments. It just kind of shows up. See, this is why the business is not coming from the commission. It's coming from the staff. You never asked for it. You should have made a motion and said, hey, we're going to amend.
Next in line is Anthony Scannell.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Anthony Scannell, lifelong Wayne County resident. Yeah, I guess I agree with Mr. Gallant about don't know what the rules of procedure are. I think it is vague as to, which maps were going to be proposed and which ones got put on the website already. But that's just, so I agree with him. And then my comments on the mapping pertain to your congressional map. You've primarily been working on one draft map of Congress just for the whole time, and I've received quite a bit of negative comments about it. So some adjustments have been made, but still just this one primary draft for Congress. And I was dismayed to see that yesterday the only adjustments were made to Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo areas before you wanted to send it off for analysis. I think there's still some issues with it. But before I get to that, I heard Executive Dave Coulter make a point that, there was no congressional district entirely centered in Oakland County, and maybe there won't even be a U.S. congressperson from Oakland. Well, no, I don't know if he's been looking at the same drafts I have, because the one draft you've been working on puts District 3 safely in incumbent Rep. Lawrence's seat. So that's, not really an issue in my view, but I'm more in favor of Commissioner Eads' proposed draft for the Congress map than your collaborative one, and primarily for what how it treats Wayne County and the downriver areas. I don't like how part of downriver is with a district that includes Macomb County. The remainder of downriver is in a district which includes part of Jackson County in your congressional map. I think that's going to have a really decentering, unfamiliar, and uninterested effect on the quality of representation that those communities will receive, especially Allen Park, Melvindale, Lincoln Park, Ecorse, and River Rouge. And that's for the U.S. Congress. So I'm anxious to see what other proposals you all individually submit.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Karen Santelli.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'm Karen Santelli. I'm a resident of Grand Rapids and I live in Kent County. And I want to first thank you for the very time consuming and tedious work you're doing. And also for the transparency and having a voice in this process. I really do appreciate that. One of the things I have seen in the map, I'm supporting the comments also previously made by Dorothy Munson just a few minutes ago. And this is addressing map 9-20-21 V3 CD for the 3rd Congressional District. One of the things I think is very important is keeping the Grand Rapids area, the metropolitan area, as one contiguous district, a single district, and don't break up Grand Rapids. Grand Rapids is the 2nd largest city in Michigan. Kent County is a very large county with over 600,000 voters. And I realize we have to expand the district to make it a congressional district, but the current map is expanding it eastward into a very large farming area that has nothing in common with the metropolitan area. So if we need to expand the district, it makes much more sense to go westward into Jamestown, Georgetown, Allendale, which has a more metropolitan composition that looks more like the area itself. And so if you're electing a congressional person to represent the area, it would be hard on the current map to represent a farming area and a metropolitan area that have very diverse interest and demographics. So I would say let's expand into the west side as opposed to the east side, which makes much more sense from an economic community and a community of interest, especially given that Grand Rapids Airport, it's a big metropolitan growth area for us. And so it just doesn't make sense to be lumped with the rural area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in line to address the commission is Chris Andrews.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you. Hi, I'm Chris Andrews from Hazlitt. I was at the hospital last night awaiting surgery, and I was thinking, why won't the commission embrace political fairness? Communities of interest are ranked higher than political fairness, 3 rather than 4. So perhaps they must be given a little more weight. But communities of interest have become the enemy of fair elections and the will of the people. We have held hearings on communities of interest, but not on fairness. We assumed that was a given. Now at recent hearings, hundreds of people are showing up to tell you that we need fair elections and to end a rigged system where one party wins majorities no matter what. We feel ignored. Is there not one commissioner who will be the voice of fairness today? Here are 2 things that I think you can do in the name of fairness. The Schwartz Shower congressional map, a bipartisan effort, is fairer than anything you have drawn. Consider it as carefully as your own. And in the state house, you've created a disproportionate advantage in the Lansing area. Put Delta Township and Grand Ledge in with the rest of Eaton County rather than packing Democrats into Ingham County and turning purple Eaton County into a partisan lock. You can do this by including Southern Ingham County with the other Ingham County districts. You've heard a lot of us talk about eliminating undue partisan advantage, and we've heard almost nothing from you about whether that's something you intend to do. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line to speak is Emily Clancy.
Hello. Hopefully everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. My name is Emily Clancy, and I live in Grandmont 1 in Detroit. Currently, my husband and I just bought a home actually in December of last year. But I originally grew up in St. Clair County, Michigan, just outside of New Baltimore, actually. Before I begin, though, I really want to take a moment to thank the Commission for all of your hard work in drawing fair maps for Michigan, and just thank you for your dedication to this process. Today, I am here to talk specifically about the state Senate map. The proposed state Senate map for District 7 brings together the Wayne County cities of the Grosse Pointes and Harper Woods, and it extends all along Lake St. Clair to St. Clair County cities as far out as New Baltimore and Marine City. I want to express that I understand why this decision was made. Folks may perceive these communities along Lake St. Clair as a community of interest, all of them together. However, as someone who has grown up in St. Clair County and has family there, I have to say that the state Senate map for District 7 really needs to be reconsidered and redrawn. It simply stretches too far along Lake St. Clair and groups extremely different communities together. I think having the district start in Wayne County and span all the way as far as New Baltimore and Marine City is very much disenfranchising the residents of Wayne County, especially those in Harper Woods. While cities like Harper Woods and New Baltimore, while they may border the same body of water along Lake St. Clair, these communities are vastly different from one another. So I would just really ask that you reconsider state Senate map District 7.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line to speak is Kurt Van Covering.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the commission for uniting Ottawa County in the congressional district, but I'd also encourage you to look at uniting Ottawa County as a state Senate district. I am a member of the Ottawa County Road Commission. One of our tasks is providing water to 12 of the 14 townships in Ottawa County. One of the big issues facing our county is that the water aquifer, the upper aquifer, is contaminated and cannot be used for drinking or irrigation. Everybody has been tapping into the lower aquifer, and that is becoming low, and we are having residents that are not able to have water, are being forced to connect to sewer lines or abandon their homes. To me, this is an agriculture and a water issue for Ottawa County, because we will probably have to look at providing water to the residents and to allow these farmers for irrigation and for processing of food materials. And this will also involve taking water from Lake Michigan. That's why I believe we need to be unified, so we have a unified voice when we are dealing both at the state and federal level. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line to speak is ASM Raman. Forgive me, Asam Raman.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, hi, my name is Asam Kamal Rahman. I'm from Hamtramck area. We looked at the Banglatown area map and discussions yesterday. However, unfortunately, several blocks are left out with another district, and this kind of divides the community, not only Banglatown, but part of the Yemeni community also. So if you could reconsider and moving the map few blocks south to up to 94, 75 to the west, Davison to the north, and Mount Elliott and Mound to the east. This will include the entire Banglatown community. And after that, actually Mount Elliott, beyond Mount Elliott, it's all industrial. So I would appreciate if you reconsider, and I want to thank you for your time and letting me speak.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Lynn Blasey.
Commissioner Callum, welcome. Could you disclose where you are attending remotely from?
Attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. My name is Lynn Blasey. I'm a Michigander with deep roots in our state, a resident of Hamtramck, and have been actively engaged in community work in Detroit, Dearborn, and Hamtramck for well over 15 years. I've had a chance to meet many of you during the town hall in Warren, and again when you came to visit us in Hamtramck. Thank you again for making time for us. I'd also like to thank you for your continued effort to keep the Banglatown community together. I know you've been doing your best given everything else you need to take into consideration. I ask that you keep the following in mind when considering District 2, home to most of the Bangladeshi community. If and when you need to shift us around, please consider adding more space to the south and to the east in order to include the Yemeni community in our district. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line to speak is Kathy Lakem.
Hi, my name is Kathy Lakem, and I live in Midland County. And on behalf of many community voices in Midland County, we want to thank you for the latest congressional map, number 187. Thank you for keeping Midland County whole. Thank you for keeping Midland County aligned with westward facing rural communities. And I ask that you please use the same logic to reconsider the Senate maps. Midland County should remain whole and aligned to Gladwin County in any version of the Senate map. Anything less than that will result in a major setback to the flood recovery and management process. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Catherine Daliga or Daliga.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, commissioners and staff, for your hard work and your encouragement of public participation. I appreciate the privilege today to hear other testimony as well as offer my own. My name is Catherine Daliga. I'm a second generation lifelong resident of Michigan, first in Royal Oak, then in the city of Detroit, and now in Washtenaw County, currently in Ypsilanti City. I'd like to make 2 points. First, a genuinely fair set of maps avoiding disproportionate partisan advantage results in legislative and congressional seats being won in a proportion very close to the overall turnout of Michigan's electorate, showing only a modest degree of variation based on geographic area. With fair maps, many elections would be legitimate contests, not foregone conclusions, since creating unbalanced districts subverts the whole intent of Proposal 2. Unfortunately, as we see already, such balance is difficult to achieve given current geographical segregation emerging from historical roots. Second, the commission will succeed by considering all of the rank mapping criteria in a holistic way, reflecting their interconnectedness. In support of fairness, I urge you to take special care not to over-concentrate some communities of interest in the smallest possible number of districts. I join those who oppose creating one sole congressional district for the city of Detroit, for example, since restricting the majority Black population in that way reduces the community's potential for impact in other adjoining districts. Similarly, other regions of the state, including my own, may be better served by not over-concentrating other communities of interest. It is, of course, a matter of balance as well as equity, not a one-size-fits-all process, but a complex task requiring careful ongoing attention. I look forward to seeing all sorts of maps when the commission produces their next stage.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line to speak is Erica Peresman.
For the purposes of the public record, numbers 16, 17, and 18 are not present.
Thank you. I believe that may conclude our remote public comment. Excellent. Next in line. So now that we have finalized or finished our first round of. Oh.
Number 18 just joined.
Okay, very good. Number 18, Robert Dindoffer, excuse me.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Hey, I just wanted, because I was catching a little of the meeting earlier today when you guys were starting to split up my hometown area of Grosse Pointe from Grosse Pointe Park. And I noted that the District 4 you guys had created before to begin the day was 42 point something percent African-American voting age population, which is basically right at exactly the sweet spot that your consultants have asked you to get to. Really, really, really close. The next district over, I understand, was over where you wanted it. But you had one that was compliant and one that was non-compliant, according to my understanding of what your consultants have said. And then you split up the Grosse Pointes in order to create two different districts, each of which I think, now I couldn't see as well, but I think are like in the mid to high 50s in terms of African-American voting age population. So you went from one that was compliant and one that was non-compliant to two that are both non-compliant. And by splitting up the Grosse Pointes, you also, because they're at the water, there's nowhere else to go to get more population on the current District 4. And so you've backed yourselves into a corner there with a non-compliant district, and you split up a community of interest. I request respectfully that you leave the 42%, go back to the one that was 42%, was right in the sweet spot, leave the community of interest intact, and then look somewhere else for the population you need to even out that District 6. If you guys need to even it out, which is a different question altogether. Anyway, thank you for listening. I really appreciate it. I hope you'll consider it. Thanks.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Now that the first opportunity for both in-person and remote public comment has concluded, without objection, we will now hear from individuals seeking to provide a second 2-minute public comment. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with individuals seeking to provide a second 2-minute public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide in-person public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. Please step to the nearest microphone when I call your name. Well, I'll call your number. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when your 2 minutes has ended and you hear the timer. Please go to the first in line to provide public comment is number 1. Okay, sounds like he may have left. Are you number 1? No. Oh, you're number 2. Okay, so we'll move on to speaker number 2. Okay, thank you.
If I've learned anything, it's to watch and listen to Sarah. Hey, thank you for the second chance to speak. I have 2 different messages today, so different that I thought I'd better split them up. I was trying to come up with a better thing to open with than the knitting analogy, but I haven't got one, so I'm sorry. I will instead give a shout out to Mr. Adelson and Ms. Pastula. I bet you didn't see that coming, did you? I really want to thank you all for your hard work. I also want to recognize how hard they're working for you, and in the following way. I'm very much for communities of interest, supported Prop 2, et cetera. I'm very much for fairness. Absolutely, totally. Don't want you to miss the boat on those things. But VRA is a higher level of priority. It's our job as citizens to come before you and advocate for our communities of interest, and certainly for fairness. And I've done that at previous meetings, so I won't do it again here today. But it's their job to remind you that you have a positive responsibility to follow through on VRA obligations. There may be nobody who shows up, advocating for VRA, and yet you still have to do it. And they're in the difficult position of trying to guide you into doing something that you have been almost trained not to do, because we in the advocacy community have talked so darn much about COIs, and now we're talking a lot about fairness. And if other people were talking about those things, I'd talk about them now, but I think they've got that covered. So I'm going to leave you with the idea that Harry Truman is reputed to have said, please give me a one-handed economist, and I'm going to put this on those two. Sometimes they give you on the one hand, on the other hand, kind of advice, and I hope you can sort it out. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that public comment. Now that the opportunity for second live remote, now that we've had the opportunity for the second live public comment, we will move to the second opportunity for live remote public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. We will use the same process as the first round. First in line to provide public comment is James Gallant.
Thank you. It's James Gallant, Marquette. These are my opinions. And about your rules of procedure, I believe that it would be to approve that amendment for your rules of procedure today would be contradict the rules and for lack of proper notice. I believe that your executive director said you need 3 days notice. So you would have to, agree to it and then give the 3-day notice. And also, you're clearly in the middle of deliberations on the draft amendments. At the last meeting, open up debate, offering recommendations. Commissioner Lett actually locked in some amendments. Bam, with no motion, no second. No immediately pending question. What up with that? Now, I'd like to give you the concrete example that I just saw today, and that is why we need this motion and why you're scared of motion and voting is we need that because Adelson testified that the legal staff lost track of the VRA districts that needed to be addressed. Well, the chair, that's because the chair didn't entertain a motion to create a list of VRA districts that need to be addressed. And then when you come across it, number one, okay, motion to add it to the list. And now you got a list. You should have been doing this a whole time. You've been missing stuff, losing stuff. Commissioner Witches, and I paraphrase, but he comes to the meeting and brings the recommendations from a committee and says something like, this is mostly by memory. Mostly by memory, a report from committee, and that means he's making it up on the fly. And yeah, thank you, Commissioner Witches, for dealing with Ottawa County over there. That's the Holland area, right? Yeah, slipped right in there and got that done. Yeah. And he's the one talking about the rules. Oh, we got to go through the rules or whatnot. And another little trick he pulled was when he's like, oh, wait a minute, you all agreed in the past. Yeah, over the table, winking and nod, you agreed to things. And now he's calling you out saying, no, you agreed in the past. You need to be doing this. Yeah, playing on the emotions and it's bullying. And that's what this is.
Mr. Gallant, your allotted 2 minutes have concluded. Next in line to provide second public comment is Anthony Scannell.
Hello, commissioners. Anthony Scannell, lifelong Wayne County resident. And I'm sorry if the lawnmower, the weed whacker starts going up. They just started doing that right next to me, but I can't close the window because I'm smoking like a chimney. So my point is, I'm not happy with your congressional maps, as you know, primarily because it's treatment of Wayne County and the downriver area, and which your configuration, you've been primarily just working on one congressional draft, although it's undergone adjustments. It would separate downriver into 2 districts, one of which would include part of Macomb County and the other of which would include part of Jackson County. And I think this configuration is guaranteed to, just give a unresponsive, unfamiliar representative for each of those in terms of downriver's interests for U.S. Congress. And so I understand, it needs to be with Southwest Detroit, the area I'm speaking of, Allen Park, Melvindale, River Rouge, Ecorse, Lincoln Park, because that's a Latino area, community of interest. So, that's a consideration, but up to Macomb County, it just seems like a stretch to me. And I would hope that you would change that. So either it could just be an adjustment, but I don't know, it might require a whole new draft map or maybe an individual proposal that someone submits. I don't know, but I hope that you do all please submit your individual proposals, even your craziest wild ideas of them, and please do approve them all as a group, just for public consideration. I'd rather have, a wide variety to choose from and, an embarrassment of riches than one or two, so okay maps and you said you're not going to be able to change them throughout the entirety of the public hearing process. So I think it'd be great if you have multiple individually proposed whatever maps to propose for Congress beyond just your one collaborative one, which I don't like. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our public comment. However, I would like to mention that all emailed and mailed public comment is provided to the commission before each meeting, and commissioners also review the public comment portal on our www.michigan.gov/MICRC website on a regular basis. We appreciate everyone who provides public comment in whatever way you choose and invite you to keep sharing your thoughts, communities of interest, and maps. Next, I'd like to return to unfinished business, and without objection, continue with the draft mapping adjustments. Actually, we were there with you, Anthony, weren't we? Are you ready to continue? Actually, we're not quite there. We'll need just a few minutes. Are there any questions or comments? Yeah, Chair Zatella?
Yeah, so I've kind of been working this morning on sort of round 2 of VRA amendments. And I did come up with a map. I'm not going to pretend this doesn't look crazy. So, but I just sent it over to John. But it does bring our percentages down in most districts below 40%. And then we have a few like 53, 52. I think the highest is 53. So I did send that over to John. If you guys want to look at it, I just think it might be easier than having us do it individually. And again, I am not vouching for these districts. I tried. I did what Mr. Adelson asked, and I tried to lower the numbers. And we've got some crazy shoestring districts, but if everybody wants to look at that, I think it might, and to have Mr. Adelson look at it and see if this is what you are thinking we might do to be compliant, that might be helpful.
Madam Chair.
We can't hear you.
My thing. Is this draft distinct from the version submitted the day before yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. Per your process, they must be submitted to the Secretary of State one day before so they can be publicly posted.
Okay.
And Commissioner Clark, I saw your hand, but I also want to make sure that General Counsel gets in that while we're waiting for the mapping for Commissioner Eid, because I do think partisan fairness was something that we wanted to address. So Commissioner Clark, do you have something quick, or you want to?
Real quick, Rebecca,
Yes.
the changes you made that you just referred to, are they just in the Detroit area?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. While we're waiting for our mapping software to boot up, General Counsel, would you like to address partisan fairness?
I would. Thank you so much,
Thank
Vice
you.
Chair Rothhorn. So very briefly, I wanted to highlight again for the benefit of the public that partisan fairness, according to subsection 13 of the Constitution, which sets forth the ranked criteria that the commission is legally required to follow. The language regarding partisan fairness is districts shall not provide a disproportionate advantage to any political party. A disproportionate advantage to a political party shall be determined using accepted measures of partisan fairness. That language does not require and actually prohibits the commission from considering the election results while they're mapping. Accepted measures of partisan fairness and partisan fairness measures are run on statewide plans, which the commission run on statewide plans. They cannot map in the manner in which the public is advocating. They are legally prohibited from doing so. The partisan fairness measures, when run, again, the commission's expert, Dr. Lisa Handley, will be here tomorrow to run those partisan fairness measures on the statewide plans. And then the commission will be able to make adjustments if necessary based on those measures. And again, the language is shall not provide a disproportionate advantage. That this language is key. This language is what must be followed, and the commission cannot vary this language or modify the Constitution or not follow the Constitution, or else the entire map will be put in jeopardy, in legal jeopardy. So it just really is critical, I think, for the public to understand and appreciate the position that the commission is in, and that they are required to follow the Constitution as adopted by the voters in Michigan. Again, the goal was to end partisan gerrymandering and not draw maps based on political considerations, which is what this commission has done to date and will continue to do, get the partisan fairness results, and then their legal team can advise on appropriate next steps. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair.
Thank you, General Counsel. All right, so Anthony, I think we'll hand it over to you to direct the line drawers. Looks like Mr. Morgan over there.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, can I just interject quickly?
Absolutely.
Thank you for your ongoing efforts. There was something that had occurred to me that I wanted to make clear. One of the things that this commission is doing, which is quite different than the typical approach to redistricting, you are essentially unpacking districts. You are essentially leveling the playing field as the Voting Rights Act was intended when it was passed in 1965. And the Supreme Court has said that is a more challenging process than just packing people of color together willy-nilly. That's not difficult to do. But you're doing the opposite. And I think it's really important that everybody realize that, and that is why the process is challenging, and the process does involve many steps here and there. So I just wanted to make that clarification because I think it is a very salient one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adelson. Commissioner Eid?
Okay, well, let's continue unpacking the districts.
Are you ready, Mr. Morgan?
Almost. I think I've got one of the two monitors ready.
Okay, thank you.
Chairperson Zatella, you missed my joke. I said I can keep going.
Yeah, I need to go into the Zoom meeting again. Just a moment.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, if we're going to continue to do this and we have a time constraint, and Rebecca's got a plan that appears to meet the criteria that we're trying to get to, can we make an exception to our rule? This is a development effort. This is not anything that is cast in stone yet. It's up for conversation. I mean, I'd like to propose a motion that we allow her to present hers, and so we can get an idea of what we're talking about.
I mean, another suggestion, Commissioner Clark, since we have Mr. Adelson here, is we could move away from the House map and move to the congressional, because I think we had some VRA concerns with the congressional as well, and there it's 2 districts, which might be easier to adjust. Then, I mean, that's another suggestion, but General Counsel, do you want to weigh in?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, again, I think a very efficient approach would again to be go through which plan I know. Certainly, Madam Chair, shifting over to the congressional plan would be appropriate. And again, I would recommend that the commission look at the active matrix data to look at population as well as Black voting age population to determine the compliance with the criteria.
And if I understand the question correctly, Commissioner Clark, you're asking if you can suspend the rule of your process to allow viewing of Commissioner Zatella's alternate draft, although it's not posted on the website. Is that correct?
That's correct, because we're in a development process.
Okay. I defer to your general counsel on that point. Thank you.
Commissioner Lang?
I'm against it
let's just keep going with what we were doing. This is wasting time. And it will be up there tomorrow. We're here tomorrow. We can go over it tomorrow. But for now, let's get as far as we can on what we were doing in the organized way that we were doing it based off from what we already approved as a process.
Thank you, Commissioner Lang. So we do have a motion on the floor, but it does not have a second. So was that Commissioner Lett? So Commissioner Clark has made a motion to deviate from our process so that we can view the map that I just submitted. It was seconded by Commissioner Lett. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? All right, hearing none, let's go ahead and vote. And Department of State, can we get a roll call on this?
Absolutely. Commissioners, please say yes or no to indicate your support of the motion being to suspend the rules of your current process to allow Commissioner Satella to present her alternate map. I will call on you in alphabetical order, starting with Cynthia Orton.
No.
MC Rothorn.
No.
Rebecca Satella.
No.
Janice Follett.
No.
Aaron Wagner.
No.
Richard Weiss.
No.
Dustin Witches.
No.
Doug Clark.
Yes.
Juanita Curry.
No.
Anthony Eade.
Yes.
Brittany Kellum.
Yes.
Rhonda Lang.
No.
Steve Lett.
No.
By a vote of 3 yes to 10 no, the motion does not carry.
Thank you, Department of State staff. Okay, so back to you, Anthony. Do you want to continue working with the Commissioner Lett?
Just a comment that we voted that down, but there's nothing to prevent you from, when it comes back around to you, or if someone wants to go into that area to make, help them or you make those changes currently.
Thank you. That is accurate, Commissioner Lett. Commissioner Eade, are you sticking with the House or are you moving to the Congress?
No, I think we have
Or some-
significantly more changes to make in the House, so we'll stick with that. And to clarify, I brought the map up in exactly the state it was where we still had that neighborhood split. So just to recap, can we get the matrix for districts number 6 and 4 displayed? Okay, so we were looking to shift the population from these 3 neighborhoods that are currently in District 6 into District 4 into a different place. So John, could you highlight do you see the 2 neighborhoods that are above Grosse Pointe? They're more to the west. Yeah, that one and the adjacent one that kind of looks like a long strip. The one that you're hovering over. Okay, so these 2 neighborhoods. Yeah, can you select the precincts in both of those neighborhoods? Just trying to get a look at how many people are in those 2 neighborhoods. Okay, so 48, 58, 63. 8. So in those 2, it's about 11,000. Okay, about 11,000. Now let's move further to the left on District 4. Let's see if we can switch that population to still be connected to 6. So we can't go all the way down there because it still needs to be connected. This might just be a little bit of a weird shape to maintain those neighborhoods being with Grosse Pointe and Grosse Pointe Farms. As was in the communities of interest map that Commissioner Rothorn had suggested following for this area. So can we find about 11,000 or so people in this area that you're highlighting?
Yes, would you like me to remove this first so we know what the precise amount is?
Yes, you can put that area back into 4. Let's make note before that happens of the Black voting age population numbers for both of these districts. For District 4, it is 58.5%, and for District 6, it is 45.8%.
John, do you see that? John, do you see the in the active matrix? Yeah, that R under non-Hispanic Black in District 5. Yeah, I think there was the formula was, there you go.
So that little square, let's assign that into District 6. I think you have to go down to blocks, yep, to do that. Okay, so now let's zoom out and let's go to the area westward where District 6 now ends. Those two parts of it that are directly connected to 6, let's add those that are on the western tail of 6 right now. Wonderful. Now let's add those 2 neighborhoods. Okay, and let's add the rest of that neighborhood that's partially taken. Right, that one. Yes, let's take that area as well.
That's the median of Outer Drive.
No, undo that.
Yep.
Okay, let's zoom out. Let's continue to go west. Let's get that area that's underneath District 10. Yeah, let's complete that square over there. Okay, that looks like both 4 and 2 have check marks. Where are we? Can we make it a little closer though? Now 4 is a little overpopulated and 6 is right about equal. So we could take a little bit more to try to even those numbers out. I'm just wondering what our percentages are at this point.
So for 4, we're at 57.2 currently, non-Hispanic Black voting age population, and we were at 58.6.
Okay, so it didn't change too much.
Right. And with 6, we were at 45.8. Now we're a little bit higher.
A little bit higher. Okay. I think we need to just add a little bit more to District 6 in order to balance out District 4. So let's just take those, yep, that one, that neighborhood, and the 2 neighborhoods to the west of it. Then I think we'll call it a day. Okay, we can leave it there, I think.
Do you want to adjust this to back out of that neighborhood, or because the voting
Yeah, I don't want to
precincts
split the
follow.
neighborhood. Okay, so let's take those blocks out, okay, and put it back into 4.
Commissioner Lawthorne, if you could please facilitate.
We have Commissioner Orton, so Commissioner Ede and John, but then Commissioner Orton and then Commissioner Clark. Sorry, that wasn't very clear. Commissioner Orton, please proceed.
Okay. So before you did this, Commissioner Ede, the voting age Black population in District 4 was 41.2%, which is quite a bit closer to the target that we're going for. Now it's a lot higher. So besides we split up the area we were trying to keep together. So do we think it's an improvement?
Commissioner Orton, do you want a response from Commissioner Ede there, or what's your?
Or anyone?
I think that with how we had district, you were just speaking of district number 6, correct? Or are you speaking of district 4?
District 4 is substantially more out of the range than what we wanted.
Yeah, and I think John's bringing up that, right, what you were suggesting or saying, Cynthia, right, is that it was 40, well, the minority percentage for 4, but the voting age population was 41% Black non-Hispanic. Yeah, and now it's at 58. And then for District 6, it's significantly lower. Yeah. So that's the question, right, Cynthia? Like, is it an improvement? Commissioner E, do you want to try to analyze that, or do you want that for Mr. Adelson, or do we want to move to Commissioner Clark?
Well, I mean, I think the purpose was to shift the Black voting age percentage from District 4, District 6, which was at 67% lower. So now instead of having one district that's way over on the percentage we need to hit, we have 2 that are close, both being around the 45 to 55% range, which I think is more in line with what we need to get than the 68% range it was at before.
Commissioner Orton, do you have a response?
Well, I thought we were going for 35 to 40%. So they're both way out from what I'm thinking.
Mr. Adelson, do you want to help us?
Sure. Well, I do think it's a net improvement in that things are moving in the right direction. Does that mean that, we're necessarily finished with them? And I would say no, but I do think that as part of the overall process, yes, there is a net improvement, because one of the the questions that were not a question, but one thing to keep in mind is, since this is a large urban city with concentrated population, we still may find that we cannot achieve the absolute sweet spot for every district. I think that that's an aspirational goal, but I don't know that we can get there. So for purposes of now, there is a net improvement. And I think that as the process continues, then I expect that the improvements will continue. Thank you.
Okay, can we move on to Commissioner Clark?
Now, I was going to ask Bruce Adelson's opinion on it. So.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Eid, are you?
Yeah, I like that while doing this, we were at least able to maintain that one community of interest of Grosse Pointe Farms with Grosse Pointe and those adjacent neighborhoods that were submitted to us. So I think that's also a positive. While we had to split up all of the 5 Grosse Pointes from each other for this House map, they're still together on the Senate map and the congressional map. And while I really honestly don't like it, I think that if that's what we got to do to get to compliance, it's what we got to do.
Thanks, Commissioner Eid. So I think that concludes your turn. I think we're okay. So Commissioner Kellum, we are on to you.
Hello. Okay. What other districts were needing tweaking? I know that there was a list. I heard Chair Zatella calling off the numbers, and I'm also looking at the percentages, but if you know them offhand, so you can just go to the area.
Yeah, I mean, the point was just, we have a lot of districts that are very high African-American percentage. And so we were basically going down the list, looking at ones that are very high and trying to bring them more in the range of 35 to 40. So you can really start with any district that is high.
And are you familiar with this spreadsheet that John has brought up here?
Yes, MC, I am.
Okay, cool. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was honestly just an effort to orient you.
Yeah, no, I've been listening. What I'm asking is to expedite it, is if we can just call out a number, because I haven't been writing them down, but I can scan by myself if that's easier and look at the percentage and figure it out that way.
I think it was number 18 was the one that was really high. Is that right?
I think that was adjusted by Commissioner Curry.
Okay, so Commissioner Curry did that one. Okay.
I couldn't remember. I think she was deciding between the districts, so I didn't know if it was 18. I didn't want to say 18.
And 8. 2 and 8.
8.
2.
And I would suggest that, as with the discussion, if we just, and I'm happy to facilitate this for anyone, as we go down the list, and we just looked at 4 and 6, we looked at 8. We were looking at 8 yesterday. 8 is over 58%. So 8 might be a suggestion that I would propose now, and that I would suggest too, from a compliance standpoint, is we keep an ordered process of just going down this list.
Okay.
And then the districts will become obvious. We can then have a process that is in the record, that we have a systematic approach. We're just going down the list literally of the districts and looking at the voting age population and then making a determination of, okay, let's go in here.
I heard Commissioner Kellum, I heard Mr. Adelson say he would help facilitate this.
I heard him say that.
Yeah.
So I guess I understood all of that. Okay, so we didn't make a list of just the ones that we need to address. So I'll just go with 8.
Commissioner Kellum, this is John Morgan. I'll be helping you draw maps. Hi, I want to point out before you start, District 8 was thrown out of population alignment by adjustments in 18. So 8 and 21, I'll bring those up so you can see. So at the moment, 8 is over by 15,000 people. And
And then District 21 is under by 16,000. So that's just something to keep in mind as you reconfigure 8. It's currently overpopulated.
Okay. And what's 18? Because I'm looking at what's around it. 10 is.
So Commissioner Kellum, I'll be your eyes in the room here, but I'd like you to sort of help, knowing that you have Mr. Adelson and Mr. Morgan to help you. Yeah, please take it away.
So just reviewing, District 8 currently comprises Highland Park, a portion of Detroit around Highland Park, Ferndale, and Hazel Park. And I think, yeah, we had just moved this portion from 18 to 8, and that's what's causing it to be overpopulated. So for example, if you move that back into 18, then that would just undo what was done, essentially.
Okay, and what area is that? Is that Berkeley that was moved? Can we get the neighborhoods up for?
Yeah, up north, Berkeley was added.
I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah, Berkeley was added to 18, and then I'll put the neighborhoods.
So John, let's move that portion of 8 back into 18. I was quiet initially because I was trying to read what was going on in 2 and 10 and trying to decide which way I wanted to go. But that's fine. We can move the portion that was put into 8 back into 18.
Sorry, I took more than you intended, I think.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute.
I'll take it a little bit less at a time.
Okay.
So we're removing from 8, putting in 18. So I'll go with this grouping first.
Yep. 1988, 827, 1916, 1193.
Okay, and then I'll go the other way with it. Just a second. Okay, so with those changes, 18 is on the nose for population and 8 is still over. So 8 is over. So do you want me to take more into 18?
Yeah, we can. And then what's the BVAP for 8? Is that 56 point? Okay, 56.7.
So this area here, this neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay, so as you see it here, 8 is over by 2,600. And 18 is over by 10, which probably has to do with taking Berkeley to the north.
John, what's the non-Hispanic Black, the BVAP for 8? Because there are 3 R's there now.
Okay, that's where those keystrokes went.
I think it was 56.7. Oh, it changed. That's still over.
Keep in mind with the population that since this is not a congressional map, so you have more room to play with the deviations. If this were a congressional map, it would have to be much lower, but a 2.9 deviation up or down in the direction that we're going, I think is, for now, I think is fine.
Even with me, Bruce, meddling like I did with 8.
Well, look at what you've done in just a few minutes. I mean, you are diversifying the district and addressing the compliance concerns. So the numbers are moving in the direction that compliance dictates. The deviation for now, I don't think is an issue because you're under the 5% ideal. Remember, ideal doesn't mean legally required. So I think for now, for 8, I think everything is going well.
Okay, it's the overachiever in me. I wanted magical things to happen in the other districts that clearly just could not happen by me shifting things in 8. Okay. Are there thoughts from any of my fellow commissioners?
I'm just thinking about 18 because 18, I think
That's what I was saying too. So,
and if I could interject, I think that yes, 18 is a consideration. We talked about that yesterday, but I think that it's very important that we stick to this systematic pattern where we just go down the list. We'll be getting to 18. We're almost there now, but I think it's important that we stick with where we are. 8, as I said, is moving in a positive direction.
Okay.
Whether or not it moves further now with Commissioner Kellum or moves with someone else, of course, is not my call. But I think it is important to keep to that systematic approach straight down the line for compliance and not jump among districts.
Very
so,
good.
Mr. Adelson, that's your nice way of saying, move on to another district. Brittany, your turn is finished.
No, Commissioner Kellum, that is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you and I have again collaborated in a very positive direction.
Okay.
In all respects that I'm seeing. So whether or not that's something that you continue to do now, I don't know what the considerations is of whether it's your turn or someone else's turn.
Mm-hmm.
If it is your turn, I would respectfully request that we continue with 8.
Commissioner Kellum, this is your area, and I think many of us would appreciate your help. Commissioner Weiss does have a hand raised.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Kellum.
Hi, Commissioner Weiss. How are you?
How you doing?
Good. My peach tree is growing leaves again.
Since this is really out of my area, but I'm looking at the population here. In 18 on that bottom 4 rows, the far left one, if you move that from 18, yes, John, right,
Yeah.
just down, take that and put it into 21. That'll help some of your population. What else it does, that I'm not sure.
Okay. And that's what I was saying at first when I was looking at 18 and 21. Should I keep going? And like I understand what Bruce was saying, but I was looking at the population. So John, can we kind of zoom into 18 and look at that?
And Commissioner Kellum, what I'll do is I'll offer here that I think what we have done is we've moved into compliance. We're trying to do compliance here. And I think what Mr. Adelson was suggesting is that we have to shift our habits potentially. We have been mapping and draft mapping. And because we're in compliance now, if we don't have a systematic approach, we may not be able to help back up our case that we've had a systematic approach. And so I think what I want to offer is that Mr. Adelson would rather us move into section 9, like mark what Commissioner Weiss just said. And we'll come, when we get to 18, we'll do that. But Bruce Adelson has he wants to speak.
So that's what I was saying. My turn is finished then because I did so we should move on to that's what I heard, that then we should move on to the next district.
What I mean, the systematic approach, yes, absolutely. That new mindset, new mantra, however it's described. 8 is still a little on the high side. So Commissioner Kellum, if that's something that you'd like to go back and see if we can make some further refinements as you were making, I'm all for that, because 9 really isn't a district that's an issue. The next district would be 10, but 10 is not the same as 8. 8 is almost 54% BVAP. So I would suggest that if you're so inclined, I'm so inclined to keep on a roll.
And that's what I think I'd like to, yes, please do that, Commissioner Kellen.
That's what I'm trying to do, you all, but you are confusing me. That means I have to touch another district to do 8. So that's what I'm attempting to do. Commissioner Weiss made a suggestion that would help me even out 8. But when I tried to do that, then that was.
Got it. Yeah, I think we're navigating this together. My apologies. Commissioner Eid has a hand.
Oh, goodness. Okay.
So we're saying 8 is still on the high side, being at 53.85%.
So I was getting, so Commissioner Eid, I was getting mixed messages. I heard what Bruce said about that. And because I thought that 53 was high, but he said that's not that high considering. So then I was going to stop my turn, but then we got more hands. So I'm going to stop talking and I want a specific direction in terms of what to do.
Commissioner Kellum, I don't want to use the term direction, but I will say that I wish that you and I continued our collaboration with District 8 to further our compliance refinement. And that the population that will need to adjust from 8, that will, obviously affect the connected districts. But I think that my recommendation is that you and I continue with 8 to see how we can further improve the population for the balance of your turn, if that's okay with you.
Okay.
And Commissioner Kellum, Commissioner Eid, I think may have a follow-up to that thought. Please go ahead, Commissioner Eid.
I think what's confusing everybody, because it's definitely confusing me. I look at that number, 53% that it's at now, and it doesn't, and this is more of a feeling, right? It doesn't feel that high compared to the population of the city itself. Now, I know our analysis has said that it only takes about 35 to 40% of Black voting age population to elect the candidate of choice for that community. But I think my most basic question is, what is the highest percentage it can be to fend off legal challenges in the future? We might not be able to answer that now, but examining that question and figuring out what is the actual target that we need to hit. As you said earlier, we're not going to be able to get to 35 to 40% for every one of these Detroit districts, or at least, I don't see a way to do it.
I think the answer is going to be through the actions of Mr. Adelson and Commissioner Kellum. That's what they're going to try to experiment and see if they can get it lower.
Well, I think to that point, yes, absolutely. And to Commissioner Ead's point, that one of the things to recall is one of the items that we discussed back in July when we discussed racial gerrymandering and packing of districts. The Supreme Court takes a district by district functional analysis approach. If the people in this area, which they can elect candidates of choice below 50%, then rhetorically, how do you justify creating districts that are over 50%? So there's no absolute magic bullet, you guaranteed everything is cool. But 53.85%, yes, it is an improvement. Excuse me. Yes, it is moving in the right direction. But my feeling is that there is more to be done here, because I am loath to just say creating 54, 55, 56% majority minority districts in an area that analysis has determined Black voters can elect at percentages lower. I'm not prepared to do that. So the axiom that Commissioner Rothorn, with all due respect, kind of said in my head is try. There's still more trying to do. We're not at the end of the line yet.
Okay, I agree with that. I just want, so my understanding from the beginning, when I looked at the number, is I should get it lower, especially because of the neighboring districts needed some adjusting anyway. So that's what I was aiming to do. Bruce, I'm ready. So I was gonna.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I don't know the area as well as other people in the room, but I'm with you.
So what I'm thinking to remove some, both, the population and look at the BVAP, this little area that kind of goes into District 2, can we zoom in and let me see this neighborhood? Because I'm thinking of taking some of the lower part of 8 and putting that.
Okay, so this is Highland Park, the township within the city of Detroit. That's a separate township, and Hamtramck, the cities that are inside Detroit. So they're right here, and then the neighborhoods are around them. And this is the boundary of 8 and 2.
And Commissioner Kellen, if I could also suggest, there may be places to adjust to the north. The north adjoining district is District 23, which I think does not have a significant BVAP population. So that's just a suggestion as another place to look for potential adjustments.
Okay, yeah, so I need to make 8 lower in population as well. I'm about 2,600 over in 8.
But remember, Commissioner Kellum, the amount, you're within the sweet spot with the deviation for a non-congressional plan. The percentage is under 3%.
Okay.
It is very common to have state legislative redistricting plans that have deviations above that. And the Supreme Court has said, that's fine, as long as you're pursuing a legitimate interest. The pursuit here is Voting Rights Act compliance. That has been recognized for decades, including during the last round of redistricting, as a legitimate pursuit. So you're with the deviation right now, 2,600 over, you're good.
Okay. Could I go over any more than that? A little bit over?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
And we can,
So let me go to the north then and let me see what's happening. Can you go up, John? Thank you.
Sure. Right up here, you're at the border with Ferndale and Hazel Park and Royal Oak.
Okay. Can you put the neighborhood overlay?
The neighborhood of Detroit, this is 8 Mile right here. So now you're into Oakland County. So
Oh, it's not working. Is that what we said earlier?
No,
It wasn't working when you tried to do that layer?
It's not that it's not working. It's that this is the end of Wayne County and this is Oakland County. So they don't have a neighborhood overlay in the same way.
I understand that. It's okay. I still wanted it for Detroit so I could it's still grounding for me, but let's take some population from Royal Oak.
Okay.
And let's see what 23 is. Yeah.
Do you want on the east, the 2622 or
Yes.
on the west? Okay.
Actually take 2478 next to Pleasant Ridge. You can take that.
Okay.
And maybe take 2786.
Okay. So this portion over here is Royal Oak, and then this is Madison Heights.
I mean, I was looking at Huntington Woods because that would kind of be keeping into the same community, but then I feel like I'm doing a little too much. Bruce, anyone have any thoughts?
Well, I mean, I think that the numbers, I think, as I said, the numbers are moving in a positive direction. I think that there may be areas of 8 that do not negatively impact the BVAP population that may be looked at as well. I think that as you add precincts, you're getting, the deviation is getting into an area that's higher. So there may be an area of 8 as it exists that you could take off, that perhaps adjust the voting age population in a way that continues to go in a positive direction. And I can't say whether whether that area would be located on either side, but I think that I'm not sure that I don't necessarily recommend adding additional areas to the north, because the deviation is about it's almost 0.9 points, 9%. So I think now taking off a little bit, and let's see where we can go with that. Are there areas to the south or the east, north, or the northwest or the northeast that you think you might be able to remove that could help the numbers further?
Is there a theme that might help, Commissioner Kellen? Like, is there a theme that you want up, one of the dots, whether it's the Asian?
I had asked for the neighborhood overlay, but.
Yeah, no, I'll put the neighborhood overlay back on. I was just showing the boundary of the whole district. I'll put the neighborhood back on.
So John, what I meant when I said the neighborhood overlay with the words.
All right, let me see if I can do that.
The names, the labeling.
I think it's under layer manager, John. Yeah.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Okay.
May I make a suggestion?
Yes.
I'm not sure that I'm reading it correctly. The northeast central district, is that neighborhood split between 8 and 10? Below no one?
Oh, yeah. I can't tell because of, it looks like northeast central. No.
It does not appear to be split.
Okay.
It's not. That's Conant Gardens. Okay. What if we put Dexter Linwood in with 2? Like removing, unassigning that and putting that in with 2.
Okay.
Or pieces of it. I don't want to get carried away. Okay. Do we split?
I'm just finishing up the neighborhood.
Yeah. Is that little piece supposed to be with Oakland Boulevard community?
Yeah, I'll adjust that.
Okay, thank you. So the number is lower. I've definitely increased the population for District 2 though.
Well, yes, since two is almost 11% deviation, so that's going to have to be addressed anyway, regardless of the BVAP population. But if we could we look at the bellwether election results now for the readjusted District 8?
Okay, for 2020 President, Biden 84, Trump 16. 2016 is Clinton 85, Trump 15. Obama 87, Romney 13. For Senate, Peters 83, James 17. For Senate, Stabenow 83, James 17. 2014 Senate 88 for Peters and 12 for Lamb. Stabenow is 89, Hoekstra's 11. For Governor, Whitmer 85, Schuette is 15. For Governor in 2014, Showers 78, Snyder 22. For Attorney General, it's 84 Nessel and 16 for Leonard. Totten is 81. Schuette is 19 for Attorney General. For Secretary of State, 85 for Benson, 15 for Lang. Dillard 78, Johnson 22, and then the primary for governor in 2018, 39 for El Sayed, 21 Thanador, and 39 for Whitmer.
So I think I think the election results look good, particularly the bellwether and the 2014 Secretary of State race. So I think that as far as our Voting Rights Act goals, this moved in a very good direction. So what I would suggest is that we continue to move down the list. We'll have to go back to two to certainly to deal with the deviation. That's about a 10,000 person difference. And that may also help us with the VRA compliance. But I think that's a big improvement. So, for now, I think things look okay.
Thank you, Mr. Adelson.
Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Rothorn. I don't know if I have anything else. John, thank you. I don't know if I have any other adjustments at this time for my.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Kellen, we have about 15 minutes. We could stop now and go into new business, but I'd rather try to keep going. And because you do know the area, I'm wondering if you'd be willing to just continue. I'm not seeing any other hands in the room that are objecting. So if you would help us, finish out our old business here with the mapping in the Detroit area to get our VRA compliance better, I think we'd all appreciate it.
Commissioner Kellen, may I make a suggestion?
Yeah, what specifically does that mean? Moving on to another district in Detroit, MC, is that what you're saying?
Yes, but I think Mr. Adelson will help. He's going to facilitate.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify what your ask was first.
Commissioner Kellum, if you're inclined to move on to another district, I'm more than happy to continue our collaboration. I would suggest if we do that we go to District 14.
Okay, let's look at District 14, John.
I'm going to turn the neighborhoods off for just a moment.
Why? Isn't it so much easier to see with all of that?
I mean, I can just zoom in. So again, District 14 is a portion of Redford, a portion of Livonia, and a portion of Detroit with these neighborhoods you see up to Harmony Village.
Let me close 1 second. Okay. Just ignore the train sound. So I'm looking at District 14. Yeah, can we take the neighborhoods off?
Are you sure? You might miss them. Hang on.
Oh, don't worry. I'll have them up again. I just can't really see the boundary of 14. It goes up where? Because, okay. Redford goes there.
Okay, and just to clarify again, Livonia is out here, Redford's here, and then Brightmoor is in this area.
Okay. All right, you can put them back up again, the neighborhoods. And we're at 59%. What's around 14 that I can dig into?
Sure, we'll look around. 17 to the north, 15 to the south. Looks like this is 3, which is in Dearborn, 2, which is over here and overpopulated currently, 18 to the north.
Okay. Why don't we take some pieces of, and what's happening with 17? Just so I have a general picture, like what numbers wise, percentage, all that stuff. Is there a way for you to isolate the neighboring districts and the one that I'm working on?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Can we see what happens when we kind of finish off that little block that's around Redford Township and moving, what would that be, west into Livonia a little bit? Yeah.
Okay, so you want to extend District 14 into Livonia or take some of 17 in Redford or Livonia?
Say, I want to put some of Livonia into District 14.
Okay, so do you want to take that portion of Livonia from 17 or from 35?
$17.
Okay. So these two first that are adjacent.
Yeah, that is really going to. Ay.
And continuing to the west here.
Yeah, we can try. I'm kind of second guessing it though.
Okay, so that's 12,000 over, and there's the demographics.
What about taking that area, the Bethune community, and putting that into 15? Bethune, and what is that, Harmony Village?
Okay, these two into 15 or,
Yes.
okay,
Let's start with Bethune.
okay.
Okay,
I'm going to undo that last one. I don't think that was intentional.
thank you. Does the list, the matrix, does it auto-populate when a percentage becomes a concern? Because like 21 just got on there and it wasn't on there before, at least on my screen, it wasn't, it didn't appear. Maybe I made that up. Disregard, John. I didn't see 21 down there before and then it appeared as a district. See, it disappeared again. Okay, maybe it's just the area of the map that you're working on.
It's the view. It's the view setting. It says show districts in the view. So when 21 is in the view, that's when it shows up. Yep.
Thank you, Commissioner Rothorn. Just wanting to make sure I wasn't seeing things. Okay. So then though we have, what are we thinking, Bruce?
We're thinking that's also good direction to go. John, could you scroll up a little bit on the map, is just so I can see what's below 15?
That little.
Yes, I mean, one of the things that I can foresee is that 15 perhaps may, there may be some adjustments that are made, as 15 is, yeah, there may be some adjustments that are made with 3 because there is no BVAP issue in 3. So, and I'm not suggesting doing that now. I'm just kind of thinking a few steps ahead. But the numbers that we have been working on and the considerations we've been looking at, including the neighborhoods, I think there has been also, just like with our prior district, there's been an improvement. So I think that the refinements are headed from a compliance perspective or moving in a good direction. And there are, you know, as the other districts are looked at, I'm wondering that 3 may be a place that can be useful as well in from a compliance standpoint. But Commissioner Kellum, I think that what you've done, I think, again, goes in the direction that we were aiming for.
Yeah, I don't like that shape. That's a weird area up there, John, where you're hovering.
Also, it's not contiguous at the moment. So would you like to take this into 15?
I don't, but yes.
Commissioner Orton. So to me, it looks like we're reaching. So are we not supposed to reach for not population, but for minority population or any demographics?
Commissioner Orton, to your point, I apologize that I think we're both hidden behind the screens. So I'm sorry, but yeah, I mean, you're right. It's not a contiguous part of 14 as John mentioned. So I think that will be, that's a relatively easy fix from a contiguity standpoint. The population adjustments, I think, have moved positively, and that this contiguity issue and the reach, which I agree with, as we've talked about that with other districts, is something that to look at further. But since 15 and 17 will also need some attention, that I suspect that will, not I suspect, that will be resolved as we move forward. How does that sound?
Sound good? All right, at this point, guys, we have to, Mr. Morgan, and then we have to stop mapping.
Yeah, I was just going to say to complete this, I think Commissioner Cullum said, go ahead and take Harmony Village into
Yes.
15. Okay, so I'll do that and then stop.
Okay. All right, so we are now going to move on to new business. Without objection, we will move forward with agenda. Oops, where is Julian? There she is. Item 6A, new business, and I will ask General Counsel Pascagoula to present the draft amended rules of procedure. Please proceed, General Counsel.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So the draft rules that were on the agenda for Monday for the 3-day notice were discussed at that time. Commissioner Lett and yourself and Commissioner Orton had raised some proposed modifications. Those were to be sent to you yesterday, but unfortunately I was in meetings till 8 o'clock at night or later. So those were circulated today, and this agenda item can be shifted to the calendar tomorrow. I would like to highlight that any changes between draft 1 and draft 2 are highlighted in yellow and have a comment bubble. Are highlighted in yellow, and all the ones related to Commissioner S have the comment bubble with the associated commissioner that raised it. So again, there were very few modifications raised. If any other commissioners had any additional comments or changes that they wanted, I'd be happy to entertain those.
Thank you, General Counsel. Okay. So at this point, we're going to move on to agenda item 6B, new business, promotional consultant contract. Without objection, I will ask our Communications and Outreach Director, Edward Woods III, to present information. Please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Chairperson, Zatello, and members of the commission. You received with your meeting packet a proposal from Good Marketing according to our rules and procedures. The MICRC may participate in existing state of Michigan contract or procurement for services or goods. Good Marketing is an existing state of Michigan contract. We will be using them, as you notice, the 4 deliverables. One of the things that's a little bit different from the previous is we'd want to make sure that we have good communication strategy for potential lawsuits or any potential crisis that might take place. We will have some training with regards to crisis communication. Most of the information you see deals with the public hearings that we have. And so instead of having these separate contracts that we had before, we now have everything in one. And that will just make it a lot easier for coordination purposes and everything else as it relates to communications and outreach. And as a result, I seek your approval for this resolution.
Thank you, Director Woods. Is there Commissioner Lang? Thank you.
I have a question, and I read it the other day, and I'm hoping I read the right thing. Did I see something in there where there would not be promotion of the hearings for Marquette and Gaylord? Or something to that effect, or was I looking at a different?
They will not be in attendance in Marquette and Gaylord, Commissioner Lang, to control the costs, but they will definitely be promotional. So in other words, we're not paying for them to drive mileage, what have you, to come to Marquette and Gaylord, but there will definitely be promotion. And that was consistent with what we did at the last one.
Okay. What do they do at the hearings, though? If
Oh.
they're not going to those, what particular things do they offer?
Well, they handle the press. We usually have press conferences. So in this particular case, we'll have things at 4:30. And so instead of helping to coordinate that, I would do that along with existing staff so that we're maximizing our funds because of the distance between Marquette and Gaylord. So that's the reason, but they help out with press. They coordinate interviews, all of that stuff that happens at each of our existing public hearings, they would take care of that for the second round of public hearings.
Okay.
And because of the population, it's not as big, the media is not as big in Gaylord and Marquette. So it's just something that I can handle so we can maximize the value of the contract. I'm sorry. So the chair to Commissioner Lang, did I answer your questions?
Oops, sorry, I muted too quick. Yes, you did. Thank you.
All right. Any other thoughts on this? I have a question. Does this contract, if we adjust the number of hearings we have, will that negatively, is there a reason that we shouldn't approve this because we might adjust the number of hearings we have?
The contract's really based upon hours.
It's
so
on
it will
hours,
take
okay.
care of itself. We have to also understand it might not be that much because it'll be pretty much the same framework. When you do your press releases, it's just going to change the location, but it's just minimal change. So I don't want you to think there'll be a huge savings, but there will be an hours reduction.
Understood. So, and the contract is hours based, like you said. So yeah, okay. Seeing no other comments, I'm wondering, I would entertain a motion to approve the promotional consultant contract as presented in resolution 2021.09.08. Commissioner Clark?
I'll put a motion forward to approve it.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Do we have a second? Second from Commissioner Lett. Is there any discussion or further debate on the motion to approve the promotional consultant contract? Commissioner Orton.
Does this, I know there was talk of a documentary earlier. Does this include anything to do with that?
That would be up to the commission. I mean, it's a possibility because it's built in, but it doesn't necessarily, we have to do it. We have to necessarily do that.
What do you mean it's built in?
Well, we have video production services is a part of that contract.
So if we don't use it, we just don't pay for that.
Correct.
Commissioner Lang?
So video services has to do with that in the contract?
It can be included for that. Yes, it's built in, but that would be at the direction of the commission.
That's not the sole purpose for it, though.
Absolutely correct.
So what I'm hearing is that there's options. Very good. Just like the number, it's going to be number of hours. Yeah.
So if we don't use it, then we don't have to pay it. Absolutely correct.
Very good. Thank you, Director Woods. So there is a motion from from Commissioner Clark and a second from Commissioner Lett. Is there any further debate or discussion before we take a vote? All right. Hearing none, hearing that we are okay, is all in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Could you restate the motion? I'm sorry.
Yeah. So the motion is to approve the promotional consultant contract addendum that's resolved 2021.09.08.
Thank you.
Again, all in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. One nay. And is there anybody that's not, that I can't see on screen, Secretary of State?
Yep, Aaron.
Yeah, so I didn't get a vote for Commissioner Wagner, please.
Column's right there.
That was a nay. Is that correct, Commissioner Wagner?
Yes, it is.
Commissioner Kellum, can you clarify your vote, please?
I voted aye.
Thank you.
So with 2 nays, I think we have 13, so that's 11-2, and so the ayes prevail. Thank you. I'm going to hand it back over to Commissioner or Chair Zatella.
Thank you. All right. Edward, anything else before we move on?
No, but thank you very much. Appreciate the support, and we'll just keep rolling.
All right, thank you. So we don't have any meeting minutes to approve today, and there are no staff reports. Without objection, I will ask Sarah Reinhardt from the Michigan Department of State if she has a report.
No report. Thank you.
Thank you. Correspondence received in advance of our meeting today is provided along with written public comments to the commissioners in our meeting materials. It's my understanding that there are no future agenda items to share at this time. Are there any announcements? All right, hearing none. We have 20 more minutes. Do we want to try to map some more? Commissioner Lett, I see you have a hand up.
Yeah, could we return to the schedule? I have several, some more information that I've been working on this afternoon and would like to discuss that considering our discussion we had this morning and the time frames that we are faced with.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
You have the floor, Commissioner Lett.
Thank you. We have, when I say we, the Secretary of State's, the department has checked with the MSU and they are available for sure next week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. If we wanted to meet Thursday and Friday, we would have to find a new location. Certainly a possibility might be the Radisson. They have sufficient space down there. There are certainly other places, the Lansing Center. In addition, you don't have to take the whole ballroom, but they have other meeting areas in addition. So I think we could find a spot. In addition to that, so that would be a proposal. Part of the proposal would be to meet from October the 4th through the 8th with the possibility of the next week, the 11th and the 12th, depending on how we're doing. Again, if we had to move and the Radisson was available, that might work out by staying there and then using that as a location. The second part of my report here that I'm doing anyway would be on October 18th to start 5 public hearings, reducing that down so that we have more time to complete our necessary adjustments to our maps. I think from our experience today, we can see this is going to take a while. If we did 5 public hearings, anticipating October 18th as a start date through the 26th, we would have to work with Mr. Woods and figure out where we were going to be when. That would allow us then to come back and meet October 27th through the 29th and November 1st through the 5th, Lansing, Detroit, wherever we wanted to, for completing the maps and any necessary adjustments after our 5 required public meetings. That would then leave from after the 5th until November 14th, in which to allow the mappers and the state to put together the necessary information to publish on the 15th for the 45-day required publication. We would then vote on December 30. So that is a rather long recitation of my motion. And I'd be happy to repeat it and discuss it if I have a second.
That I think would be needed. Okay. I think we're going to need a repeat on all of that. So my understanding, because I was not here in 1 second, Commissioner Orton, this morning, is that we already approved Monday and Tuesday of next week from what time to what time?
I think the only thing we had was 9 to 5 because we didn't know if it was going to be available after that.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand. So we did approve 9 to 5 already, or we left the time open?
We were going to check on the time. We checked on the time. They're available Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday from 9 to 8.
9 to 8, okay. So the first part, as I understand it, of your motion is you're moving to set the meeting times from 9 to 8 Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday at MSU next week. Is that the first part?
First part? Well,
Yep.
To clarify, apologies. On the first day, we recommend a start time of 10 a.m. to allow AV to fully set up. However, in subsequent days, so long as they're in the same facility, a 9 a.m. start time is appropriate.
With that caveat, Monday being 10 o'clock.
Okay.
10 start. So the first part of the motion, number one, I'll go right down. Number one, we made October the 4th through the 8th, Monday starting at 10 o'clock, the rest of the week at 9, going till 8, if necessary. We may flag out by 6. Now, that's assuming we can find another place. So I'm sure that Mr. Woods, with his magic reservation system, would be able to locate a place for us. And meeting the next week, the 11th and the 12th, same scenario. 11th would be at 10 o'clock, 12th at 9 o'clock. So that's number one on my multi-part motion.
Okay.
All set?
Yep.
Number two, October 18th, we start the 5 public hearings. Those would go through the 26th. However, the schedule could be arranged. There are dates set now. In looking at the calendar, we're meeting at TCF Center Thursday that's after the 26th. I mean, it would make sense to me to meet at TCF, but before, so swap out something before. I'm not saying to do that. It's not part of the motion. It'd just be, we'd have to decide on where we're going to be, where we're going to go. So that's number two. Third part is we meet back, and I put Lansing, but it can be Detroit or wherever, October 27, 28, 29. Same scenario, 10 o'clock on the first day, 9 on the rest, and November 1st through the 5th. Again, if necessary, and I'm anticipating that's probably going to be necessary, unless we really get fast and good. That really does it. Number 4 is we publish by November 14th for the 45-day comment period, and we vote on December 30th. So those are the reasons that we're driving, these dates are driving that. We do have an option for weekends if we want to use them. The state can do that for us. So that's not part of my motion, but it would be part of something that we could consider as we make headway down this. Did I have a second?
Do we have a second?
Okay.
Commissioner Witches is a second. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? And Aaron, please speak up if you have anything, because I can't see your hand. Commissioner Lang?
I'm against cutting the hearings. I know I said yesterday I would support it, but then there's been public comment on our portal about it. They've already been advertised, and I guess my thoughts on it have changed, and I feel like it'd be a complete slap in the face to people who were planning on coming in person. So I can't go for cutting the hearings at this point.
Any other discussion or debate?
Any others?
Commissioner Eid?
Well, I'm wondering if our communications director has any opinion about, potentially cutting the hearings or not, and on the potential ramifications that might have, since you're the professional on the topic.
I think what you're hearing is getting the process done right versus the PR. And I think getting the process done right is a higher priority. Because at the end of the day, we want the maps to be approved. And so really the deference goes to the commission and what's in the best interest in terms of getting this process done. I will take care of whatever the commission decides and do my job because that's my responsibility. But at the end of the day, the higher priority is making sure that the maps are approved and follow the 7 ranked redistricting criteria. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Woods, Commissioner Orton.
Well, I think Mr. Woods kind of said it, but like I said yesterday, I think what the citizens really care about is that they have good maps for the next 10 years, and we need to do everything we can to give them that.
Commissioner Rothorn.
And I'll just acknowledge what Steve said, that it's slow and we're new at this. Everybody's new at it, but we need to give ourselves the time. And today was just a great example of it. We need the time and I'm in favor of it. I'm in favor of the motion.
Commissioner Eid again.
Just one question. I think I heard you reference November 14th for
November 14th, published by November 14th. So we have a 45-day period. We would vote then on the 30th of December. That's required. 45-day publication is required.
Yes.
Yes, no, I understand that 45 days is required. I thought that's why we had previously identified November 5th as the date to do that.
Well, we're stopping on November 5th, so the state and the mappers can put them together to publish.
Yeah. There's back end work that has to be done once we approve the maps of compiling everything and loading it and getting it up. And then just the time it takes for the IT department to load stuff. So
this wouldn't change that?
No.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Commissioner Orton and then Commissioner Lang.
I just won't be last.
Commissioner Lang, did you have a question?
I'm sorry, I thought you called on Commissioner Orton.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
I just have one last question. If you're talking about cutting hearings, I would like to know what hearings you plan on cutting before it's voted on.
Have you given that any thought, Commissioner Lett, or have we given any thought?
Well, I mean, I've looked at it and give some thoughts. There's, we're going to.
I thought we had a contract with Gaylord already. Is that accurate? Yeah, so I think
that is accurate.
Committed to Gaylord. Commissioner Orton?
I would think we should just defer that to Edward, and
that's what I would.
He chooses which ones we can make.
I'm Commissioner Zatella, through the chair to Commissioner Orton. I think I need to bring back a recommendation for the commission, and I will do that tonight, and so that you can have it in the morning.
Thank you.
I mean, I looked at the schedules. There's kind of some natural ones that fit into that, but I'm not aware of what's going on with Gaylord. If you're committed, we may be stuck with it.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Commissioner Wagner's hands up. I don't think you can.
Yep,
see
I
it.
can't see her. So Commissioner Wagner, thank you for letting me know.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hang on, I've got some reverb going on. I agree with
Commissioner Wagner, it looks like you accidentally.
Can you hear me
muted.
now?
Yes, we can hear you.
I agree with Commissioner
Wagner, thank you for letting me know.
I don't think we should eliminate any meetings, and my question would be to Director Woods on how many contracts we actually have. I agree with.
So I believe she said she doesn't think we should eliminate any meetings. Is that accurate? Okay. And she asked Commissioner or Edward Woods how many contracts we have signed. Yes.
To Commissioner Wagner through the chair, we only have one contract signed, and that is with Gaylord. With regards to that, we also have a hotel contract signed with regards to the courtyard at Lansing. Those are the two contracts that I'm aware of, unless I'm missing anything.
All right.
Oh, hold on, and then I got to see where we are with the Marquette Hotel,
Okay.
but I don't think I sent that, but let me check.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, General Counsel.
Yes, just also in response to Commissioner Wagner's question, in full agreement with Commissioner, now you have me doing it, with Mr. Woods, with Director Woods, the only event center contract, actually the only contract I've reviewed for the second round is again, the Gaylord contract. So just awaiting direction from the commission.
Okay. Seeing Commissioner Heed.
Just out of curiosity, the saying goes, right, that contracts were meant to be broken. Now, I'm no lawyer, but what would the potential ramifications be if we chose to take out that one instead of like the UP one? Or, I mean, we have 9 to bring it down to 5, right? So even though we have a contract, I don't know if any of them should be necessarily off the table.
So I will leave the detailed analysis to General Counsel, but typically with an event contract of that nature, you're typically committed to pay whatever fees you were going to pay as part of the contract. That's pretty standard in the industry. And I would be surprised if that deviated in any way from that, but I will. Obviously, General Counsel knows the actual contract. And I mean, certainly if you need time to look at it and get back to us, that's perfectly fine as well. We don't want to put you on the spot.
Cancellation of the entire event. It is a breach. Between 44 days and date of arrival is 100% of the hotel room revenue. And yeah, actually it is there, that it is structured. So I would prefer to put it in writing for the commission rather than just talk through it, particularly since there's a motion pending.
Yes.
So I don't want to get the commission off, but I would be very happy to put the terms that are in the contract that has already been executed. Again, just the one for Gaylord is the only one that has been executed. So I would be happy to do that if the commission requests it.
And I would also point out, even if we ended up deciding not to go to Gaylord and we still had to pay that cost, we originally budgeted to go to 9 hearings. And if we're going to 5, then it may be a sunk cost, but I don't, budgetarily, it's already been accounted for. So, I mean, it is what it is. If it results in us providing better maps, I think that we might just have to eat that cost and be okay with it. All right, are we ready to vote, guys? Department of State, I'm going to ask for a roll call on this one, please.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please indicate your support of the motion with a yes or a no. I will try to briefly restate the motion, and Commissioner Lett, please let me know if this is accurate. To have meetings October 4th through the 8th, with the first day starting at 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. and subsequent days starting 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Having meetings October 11th and 12th, the first day starting 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., subsequent days 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. October 18th through the 26th, we'll host 5 public hearings across the state. October 27th through November 5th, deliberations and a vote. November 14th, the publication to begin 45 days of public comment. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Thank you. Please indicate your vote or support of the motion with a yes or a no when I call on you. I'll call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with MC Rothhorn.
Yes.
Rebecca Satella. Yes. Janice Villette. Yes. Aaron Wagner.
No.
Richard Weiss.
Yes.
Dustin Witches.
Yes.
Doug Clark.
Yes.
Juanita Curry.
Yes.
Anthony Eid.
Yes.
Brittany Kellum.
Yes.
Rhonda Lang.
No.
Steve Lett,
Yes.
Cynthia Orton.
Yes.
By a vote of 11 yes to 2 no, the motion carries.
Thank you, Sarah Reinhardt. Okay, any other items to discuss at this time? As the items on the agenda are completed and the commission has no further business, a motion to adjourn is in order. May I have a motion to adjourn?
I almost got him.
Commissioner
Second.
Witches, seconded by Commissioner Rothhorn. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. I'm sorry?
I didn't see the.
I didn't
Commissioner
either.
Lang's
So
vote.
the Commissioner Curry, Kellum, Lang, and Wagner, can you indicate your vote on the motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Aye.
Commissioner Curry? All right, and I heard Aaron Lee. So everybody's an aye. All right, the ayes prevail. The motion is adopted and the meeting is adjourned at 4:00 p.m. Thank you.